The Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disabilities is now in session.
Good morning, everyone. Last week, the Royal Commission into Violence, Abuse, Neglect and Exploitation of People with Disability held its 9th public hearing, in which we examined the pathways and barriers to open employment for people with disability. This week, with barely time to catch our breath, a similar but not identical cast returns to conduct the Royal Commission's 10th public hearing, which will be the last for this tumultuous year, 2020. The subject matter of the hearing this week is the education and training of health professionals for the care and treatment of people with disability. The hearing this week will be for 2 days only. For the first time since February 2020, nearly 10 months ago, the 3 commissioners sitting or participating in this hearing are all located in the one hearing room at the Commission's premises in Sydney. I therefore commence by acknowledging the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the land upon which we meet. I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, as well as to all First Nations people who may be viewing this hearing on the live stream. I am joined at this hearing by Commissioner Atkinson to my left and Commissioner Bennett to my right. We're also joined in the hearing room by Senior Counsel assisting the Royal Commission, Ms. Kate Eastman SC, who appears with Ms. Georgina Wright of Council. Unfortunately, we have not yet reached the point at which members of the public can observe this hearing from the hearing room itself. However, with all of the public hearings that we have conducted since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the proceedings will be live streamed and can be viewed, of course, on the Royal Commission's website. In the opening to public hearing 9, that was held very recently, I suggested that the Royal Commission's interim report, which was tabled in the Australian Parliament on 30 October 2020, was well worth reading. One reason for this suggestion was that the interim report draws on the Commissioner's reports on earlier public hearings and identifies topics that are worthy of further consideration. The main purpose of public hearing 4, which was held over 9 days in February 2020, was to inquire into the quality of healthcare provided to people with cognitive disability. As the interim report records, the Royal Commission found that although the Australian healthcare system compares well to systems in similar countries, it faces systemic challenges that adversely affect health outcomes for people with disability. The Royal Commission also found that despite some worthwhile initiatives, there has been and continues to be systemic neglect of people with cognitive disability in the Australian health system. The Royal Commission in the interim report identified a number of areas for further consideration. These areas include how training and education of health professionals, medical practitioners, dentists, nurses and allied health workers can be adapted and adjusted to produce better quality care and outcomes for people with cognitive disability. Specifically, the Royal Commission foreshadowed a further hearing addressing the content of training relating to cognitive disability, training provided to people studying to be health professionals or who are already qualified in a particular discipline, addressing also the extent to which training programs involve people with disability themselves, the effectiveness of education programs designed to improve communications between health professionals and people with disability, and that are also designed to address the unconscious bias of some health professionals towards people with disability, and the education needed to equip health professionals to avoid diagnostic overshadowing, a problem about which we heard a great deal in public hearing 4. This hearing will provide an opportunity to examine some of these issues. As Ms Eastman will explain, the hearing will have a different format than other public hearings we have conducted. Most of the witnesses who will appear are either health professionals, representatives of universities, or of other educational institutions and professional bodies, including those that are responsible for the accreditation of health professionals. For the most part, the witnesses will give their evidence in panels. I want to acknowledge that we have been assisted by very detailed information provided by a very large number of organisations, for which we are very grateful. Yes, Ms Eastman.
Good morning, Commissioners. I appear with Georgina Wright of Council, and we are instructed by the Office of the Solicitor Assisting the Royal Commission. We also acknowledge and pay our respects to the traditional custodians on the land on which we're meeting today. We pay our respects to First Nations elders, past, present and emerging, as well as to all First Nations people following this public hearing. At Public Hearing 4 in February this year, you examined healthcare and services provided to people with cognitive disability. Commissioners, you'll recall the term cognitive disability is often used as an umbrella term and includes people with intellectual disability, autism, acquired brain injury and dementia. At Public Hearing 4, you heard that people with intellectual disability have a higher mortality rate compared to the general population. You will recall that 1.8% of Australians have an intellectual disability, and more than 500,000 Australians living with intellectual disability, of which over 60% experience profound or severe impairments in core activities of daily living. The results of a study released in January 2019, which was before you in Public Hearing 4, followed almost 50,000 people with intellectual disability receiving disability services over a 10-year period. That study revealed the following. People with intellectual disability will die before their peers, and they'll die 20 years before their peers without intellectual disability. People with intellectual disability who had cancer were almost 8 times more likely to die from that disease in a 10-year period compared to those in the group without cancer. For people with intellectual disability, having a serious risk of mental illness increased the risk of death by 4 times. People with intellectual disability who presented at emergency departments at hospitals and then admitted to hospital had a 4-time increased likelihood and risk of death. The high rates of mortality among people with intellectual disability and the autistic populations is potentially avoidable. You heard that the presence of comorbidities, as the medical profession describe it, does not adequately explain why people with intellectual disability face a higher risk of death. So why is that study important? The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare says that death data is vital to measure a population's health. It provides information on patterns of disease that cause death in population groups over time. It says examining death patterns can help explain differences and changes in health status, evaluate health strategies, guide planning and policy making. Commissioners, your report following Public Hearing 4 identified a number of factors that may contribute to these alarming findings. Professor Julian Troller told you that the rates for people with intellectual disability of death could be improved dramatically if public health policies were more focused on interventions and health practitioners were more attuned to the treatment of comorbidities. In this respect, Professor Troller told you that training in intellectual disability healthcare for health professionals at all stages, from medical school to specialist training, is crucial to equip the system to deal with multi-morbidity. However, an audit of 12 medical schools in Australia in 2014 revealed that the median time where compulsory intellectual disability content was taught to students was 2.5 hours. and this is in the context of a course that extended between 5 and 6 years. Throughout Public Hearing 4, you heard from parents, family members, carers, and people with cognitive disability, as well as advocates and experts about their perception that some health professionals did not have the knowledge, skills, or attitude to provide quality care to people with cognitive disability. Several witnesses expressed their view that these issues could be better addressed by education and training to eliminate the health inequities faced by people with cognitive disability. The witnesses believed that health professionals need education and training to ensure that health decisions are not informed by their perceptions, attitudes, and assumptions about cognitive disability. You may recall Kim Creevy told you this: there needs to be a concerted effort to provide substantial training and education for all medical staff about unconscious bias and the impact that it might have on their decision-making about treating a person with disability. You heard that education and training should involve exposure to people with disability to challenge the attitudes and assumptions of health professionals. People with cognitive disability told you they should be involved in the training and education of health professionals. Professor Nicholas Lennox said education programs should be developed and delivered by people with intellectual disabilities and their families. Professor Troller said that as educators, people with intellectual disability can change attitudes and encourage young future doctors to develop skills in this area. Problems with communication were identified by several witnesses at Public Hearing 4 as having a significant impact on access to quality healthcare for people with cognitive disability. Several witnesses said education and training in communication is important to improve access to healthcare for people with cognitive disability. Then there is a need to address the gaps in knowledge about cognitive disability to ensure healthcare needs are being met and correct diagnoses are being made. Several parents told the Royal Commission that in their experience, health professionals did not appear to have much knowledge about cognitive disability, and this did not inspire trust that the healthcare needs of their children were being met. They advocated for the need for health professionals to undertake compulsory training on autism and cognitive disability. Several witnesses said that better education and training should be embedded at all levels of theoretical study and clinical practice, from undergraduate study to practical training to continuing professional development. Appropriate education and training should apply to all in the health profession, from clerical and administrative staff to clinical professionals. Also at Public Hearing 6 concerning the use of psychotropic medication for people with intellectual disability, you heard that up to 60% of people with intellectual disability are prescribed psychotropic medication to manage what's described as challenging behaviours, and approximately 30% of this population have mental illness. Dr. Catherine Franklin told you there has been international concern about overprescription of psychotropic medication for at least 30 years. Professor Troller and Dr. Franklin's research found that the rates of mental illness among people with intellectual disability was at least 2.5 times higher than the general population. And they said this is a significant concern that the mental illness is often undetected for people with an intellectual disability. Dr. Franklin told you about a study comparing Australian general practitioners' encounters between 2003 and 2012 with Australians with intellectual disability and how that compared to encounters with the general population. This study found that people with intellectual disability were significantly less likely to receive preventative health medications and more likely to receive psychotropic medication compared to people without intellectual disability. So education and training of health professionals was also a feature of Public Hearing 6. Now, at Public Hearing 6, you also heard from Ms. Paula McGowan. She told you about the death of her son, Oliver. She said when Oliver was being treated by doctors and he was in the hospital, she believed that the doctors and clinicians were trained in autism and intellectual disability. She believed that they knew more than her. However, it became clear to her following an inquest into Oliver's death that there was no mandatory training for health professionals in relation to these issues. So in October 2018, Ms McGowan took her petition to the UK Parliament demanding that training on intellectual disability and autism be mandatory for all health and social care professionals. This petition ultimately led to the UK government making a commitment in 2019 to introduce the Oliver McGowan mandatory training in learning disability and autism for all health and social care staff. The Oliver McGowan mandatory training in learning disability and autism is now being trialled in England, and the program will be evaluated before being rolled out nationally. May I now turn to the approach that we will take in this hearing. This is a short 2-day public hearing, and it's being conducted to examine the education and training of health professionals in Australia. That is, with respect to people with cognitive disability, more broadly. In the time available, we will be unable to examine all and every area of the health profession, including all allied health professionals. We acknowledge the importance of education and training in all areas of health and for those involved in the delivery of health services in all settings. So, Commissioners, we are likely to ask you to consider an additional day for this hearing or to conduct a roundtable in early 2021 so we can address the other health professionals. But we want to use the time available in these 2 days as efficiently as possible. So for this hearing, Council Assisting has prepared a series of propositions. A copy is or will shortly be available on the Royal Commission's website. The propositions for change are grouped into 3 main categories. First, framework. And we ask through framework, what proposals in the development of standardised competency framework can guide the development of all reforms to education and training? Secondly, we look at the fundamentals. The fundamentals propose key content and procedural elements that should guide and inform all training and education. And then training phases, which sets out propositions specific to the stages of education and training. We will examine the 11 propositions with the health practitioners, representatives from universities, specialist medical and training colleges, and accreditation authorities. The format of this hearing will be different from previous public hearings. Our focus is deliberately on the people and institutions with responsibility for education and training of health professionals and who have the capacity to affect change. Over the following 2 days, there will be 6 panels. Each panel will examine particular propositions and ways of improving the education and training of health practitioners who treat and care for people with cognitive disability. For each panel, Ms. Wright and I will identify the specific propositions to be addressed by the particular panel. We will then provide a summary of the evidence provided by the panellists in their detailed statements and accompanying material, and we'll also summarise the issues to be addressed. Commissioners, before we start the discussion with the panellists, you will hear from a person with lived experience about their interaction with the health profession. For some, this will be revisiting evidence heard at Public Hearing 4, and for some panels, you'll hear from new witnesses. We'll include tomorrow afternoon with Professor Julian Troller, who will provide his reflections on the propositions and discuss the steps which are necessary to address the systemic neglect identified in your report. Now, may I remind everyone of the protections that apply to witnesses who provide information or give evidence to the Royal Commission. So, Commissioners, can I deal with two administrative matters? The first is it may be convenient to tender the whole of the tender bundles in Tender Bundle A and Tender Bundle B. So, Commissioners, the documents that will be used or referred to over the course of this hearing are provided in two parts: Tender Bundle Part A and Tender Bundle Part B. Tender Bundle A comprises witness statements that have been provided in relation to this hearing, as well as two video recordings that were prepared as evidence for this hearing. You'll find these documents behind tabs 1 to 91 of the Tender Bundle marked A. Commissioners, I tender these documents and ask that they be marked as Exhibits 10.1 through to 10.40. Now, Tender Bundle...
Yes, thank you. Well, that can be done. Thank you.
Tender Bundle B is comprised of other documents that may be referred to during the evidence over these 2 days. You'll find these documents behind tab 1 through to tab 62 in Tender Bundle B. And I note that some of these documents have been previously the subject of tenders in earlier public hearings of this Royal Commission. So I will not ask you to mark those documents as exhibits again, but you will be able to identify them clearly as they've been reproduced in Tender Bundle B. So with the exception of those documents, could I ask that you receive into evidence the balance of the material in Tender Bundle B and mark those exhibits 10.41 to 10.87, and we'll endeavour to provide and upload a list of the exhibits during the course of the day.
Yes, that too can be done. Thank you.
Commissioners, there are a number of parties who've been sought and granted leave to appear, and you may wish to take their appearances.
Yes, we'll take the appearances of parties who've been given leave to appear. Not all those parties will be present today, but we will take the appearances from those that are, perhaps starting with the Commonwealth.
May it please the Commission, my name is Amy Munro and I appear on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much, Ms Munro. New South Wales?
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Gale.
Yes, I think that was you, Ms Furness. It was a little bit garbled, not because of anything you did, but because the sound wasn't very good, but thank you. And finally today, I think, from Victoria.
Commissioners, my name is Scott Chesterman. I appear on behalf of the State of Victoria with Rebecca Bedford.
Thank you, Mr Chesterman. There may be other parties that will announce appearances tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioners. Now we are going to ask you for a very short break to reconstitute the room here before we start with our first panel. So if we could break for 5 minutes.
Yes, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned. The Royal Commission is now resumed.
Yes, Ms Wright.
Thank you, Commissioner. In the first panel this morning, the Royal Commission will hear evidence from Dr Jane Tracy, who works for the Centre of Developmental Disability Health Victoria, Professor Gary Vellon, Professor of Pathology and the Senior Vice Dean Education in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of New South Wales, Professor Rosalind Bull, Associate Dean Learning and Teaching at the University of Tasmania's College of Health and Medicine, and Professor Michelle Leach, who is Deputy Dean Medicine at Monash University.
Yes, thank you. First, thank you very much, Dr Tracy, Professor Vellon, Professor Bull, Professor Leach, for coming to the Commission in various places to give evidence. I will just place on record that you have been taken the oath or affirmation, as the case may be, already. Yes.
General Counsel at each university has leave to appear, Commissioners, for each of the relevant university professors, and the witnesses have all provided a statement to the Royal Commission, which are found in Tender Bundle A. This panel...
Sorry, are there any further appearances then to be announced for this panel?
I thought it would be sufficient if
Okay,
I think these people are in the background, so to speak.
thank you.
This panel will focus on propositions 2, 3 and 7. Dr. Jane Tracy has worked with children and adults with intellectual disabilities and their families and carers for over 28 years. She is a general practitioner and leads educational activities at the Centre of Developmental Disability Health Victoria. The centre provides teaching to medical, dental, nursing and some allied health students at Victorian medical and health science schools, particularly at Monash University and to a lesser extent at the University of Melbourne. In her statement to the Royal Commission, Dr. Tracy outlines the large variation in the amount of disability-related content in the curricula of medical degrees in Australia. One of her academic articles on this issue is found at tab 41 of Tender Bundle B. Dr. Tracy says that where universities do teach about intellectual disability, it is mostly due to the efforts of individuals or champions who advocate for its inclusion. Some medical schools are highly reliant on these champions. She describes the efforts she and her centre have made in trying to keep their place in health curricula in Victoria. In her words, it requires continual advocacy. Dr. Tracy considers this to be a fragile basis for education and training, as it depends on individual energy, commitment, and advocacy for the cause. In her experience, the subject matter is easily lost when there are changes in staff or at the time of curricular reviews. Commissioners, Dr. Tracy's observations are supported by data from 2 national audits conducted in 1995 and 2014 of undergraduate medical and nursing degrees. Those audits examined what and how students are taught in terms of intellectual disability, physical and mental health content. It was found that in the 20-year period between audits, little progress had been made overall to address gaps in intellectual disability education for medical students and nursing students. For nursing schools, of 31 nursing schools which took part in the audit, 16 were not teaching any intellectual disability content at all. Only 5 schools provided the opportunity for students to have direct contact with people with intellectual disability, such as during clinics or group home visits. Across 8 medical schools audited in both 1995 and 2014, the number of relevant course units had fallen over the 20 years, and there was a slight decrease in the median number of hours of intellectual disability content provided by each school. Of 14 medical schools that took part in 2014, the majority offered less than 6 hours of compulsory teaching on intellectual disability content across the whole degree. And the content was mostly taught in paediatrics, general practice and psychiatry. Both the University of New South Wales and Monash Universities, from whom we will hear in a moment, have provided statements to the Royal Commission about the content of their medicine degrees and also their nursing degrees in the case of Monash. Their statements are to the effect that they already incorporate significant components related to cognitive disability in their programs. Both state that it's not possible to continually add content without overloading students. Professor Bull of the University of Tasmania has said in her statement that a commitment from the Deans of Medicine and Nursing to improving graduate capabilities in working with people with disability is needed. However, her college does not recommend the introduction of a single compulsory subject. her faculty considers that deep learning is best achieved over time by embedding content and assessment throughout the curriculum. One issue to explore with this panel is how do universities determine that their existing curricula for medicine, nursing, and perhaps other relevant degrees is adequate. But first, Commissioners, we are going to hear a very short extract reminding us of some evidence that was given by Kylie Scott at public hearing 4 in February, if that could be played now.
Right. So Kylie, going to the doctor doesn't worry you at all. Is that right?
That is right, yeah.
But sometimes you need help to organise a suitable appointment and someone to go with you.
Yeah,
And then in the next paragraph, number 16, you say you need someone to go with you for medical checkups to check when you're sick, when you need to talk to the doctor, and when you need to know how well you are. Is that the case?
yes,
And then in number 17, you tell the Royal Commission about a few things that work well for you when you go to the doctor. Do you want to read out what you've said to the Royal Commission in your note at paragraph 17?
yes.
Right, let me know if you need a hand at all or you'd like me to read part of it.
Okay.
But could I ask you to read what you've written down in paragraph 17?
Yeah. A few things that work well for me when I go to the doctor are A, having a medical report on my habits, my behaviour bits and pieces. B, when doctors check the Council of Intellectual Disability, my health matters folder to know about my concerns, about my health backgrounds, checkups, or for general use. C, when I am responsible for my own actions. D, when someone comes with me to the doctor. And E, writing everything down before I go to the doctor so I can remember.
So Kylie, turning over the page, you wanted to tell the Royal Commission about how important communication is. Is that right?
That is right.
And can I ask you to look at paragraph 24? And do you want to tell the Royal Commission that doctors need to communicate properly to people with intellectual disability? Is that right?
Yes.
And for you, it helps when doctors ask you short questions in plain English, speak clearly, and are patient.
Yes.
And that helps you make decisions. Is that right?
That is right.
And you also say to the Royal Commission, this is paragraph 25, that doctors should talk to families. If someone's child has Down syndrome, they can take it on board and see what's going on. So that's your advice to the Royal Commission and to doctors about talking to families. Is that right?
Yes, definitely.
Then
And we'll just leave that there. And Commissioners, Kylie would like everyone to know that she has a new website at kyliedownsbarriers.com.au. Dr. Tracy, I'll start with you. Your full name is Jane Tracy. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And you're a qualified general practitioner.
Yes.
You work at the Centre of Developmental Disability Health Victoria.
Yes, it's the Centre for Developmental Disability Health, but a very
Apologise.
no
Thank you.
problem.
And you currently lead the educational activities at the centre.
That's correct. Yes.
And the centre, among other things, delivers disability education and training to some medical and other health schools in Victoria. Is that so?
Yes, we do. Yes.
And you have some 28 years experience in this work.
Yes, I do. Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I'll come back to you in a moment. Professor Leach, your full name is Michelle Leach.
That's correct.
And you are the Deputy Dean Medicine of Monash University.
Correct.
And you oversee the delivery of Monash's medical programs across Victorian campuses and the Malaysia campus. Is that right?
That's right.
You're also the head of the Rheumatoid Arthritis Clinic at Monash Health and a fellow of the Royal Australasian College of Physicians.
Yes, that's correct.
And I'll just note you're also the current Vice President of Medical Deans Australia, New Zealand.
That's
that
right. Correct.
Now, Professor Bull, your name is Rosalind Margaret Bull.
Yes.
And you're a professor and the Associate Dean Learning and Teaching in the College of Health and Medicine at the University of Tasmania.
That's right.
And your training is as a registered nurse.
Yes.
In the past, one of your roles has been as a senior advisor for accreditation with the Accreditation Authority for Nurses, ANMAC.
Yes.
And at the University of Tasmania, you're currently responsible as Associate Dean for the delivery of the Learning and Teaching program at the College of Health and Medicine. Is that so?
That's right.
And that takes in degrees in medicine and surgery and the Bachelor of Nursing.
Yes.
Does it also, I'm sorry, does it also, the MBBS, and does it also include any allied health degrees?
Yes, pharmacy, psychology, paramedicine. We have quite a range of other courses in allied health coming on from 2022 onwards.
Thank you. And Professor Gary Vellon, you're a Professor of Pathology at the University of New South Wales, is that so?
That's correct.
And the Senior Vice Dean Education in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of New South Wales. And in that capacity, you have oversight of the Faculty of Medicine's education programs.
That's correct.
Thank you. Dr. Tracy, just starting with you, through your work with the Centre for Developmental Disability Health, you've been involved with a number of universities in Victoria and a number of degree programs, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Although most of our teaching happens at Monash University, but we have been involved with the University of Melbourne and Deakin University.
Was that Deakin University?
Correct.
Yep. And the centre was physically based at Monash University until 2015, is that the case?
That's right. So from 1991, when it was established, till 2015, it was within the Faculty of Medicine at Monash University.
Where is it currently based?
At Monash Health, which is the largest health service in Victoria.
Mm-hmm. One of the centre's main goals and teaching methods is to bring the voice of people with disability into the teaching about intellectual disability. Is that the case?
Yes. We think that, we know that people with disabilities are the experts on their own experience and on their own needs, and that bringing their voice into the learning environment for students is a really key part of challenging those assumptions and expectations and value judgments that can sometimes be part of unconscious bias, I guess.
And one of the ways you do that has been by employing tutors at times to teach the content?
Yes, the two main ways we've involved people with disability is through the employing of tutors with disabilities to work with our Monash medical students as part of their general practice rotation, where students get the opportunity to work on advanced communication skills with their tutor with a disability. And that's a very valued part of the curriculum by both the medical students and indeed by the tutors themselves.
And how is it that you've identified tutors for that task?
Over the years, we've worked with a number of organisations and individuals. So there've been self-advocacy organisations, there've been individuals who've expressed interest. But for the last 5 years, we've worked with a disability organisation, Uralla, in Victoria, where they've been able to provide the tutors with the kind of support prior to the session and during the session and debriefing opportunities after the session. And we've found that partnership to be very helpful. And tutors, they invite tutors to be part of the program, which happens, well, pre-COVID, happened 4 times a year. And we very often had the same tutors asking to be part of it again. It was a really, they really enjoyed the experience and valued the experience.
I take it that you would agree with the second of the propositions set out in the document that was provided before the hearing, that is to say, which proposes that education bodies seek to ensure that curricula are designed and developed in conjunction with people with cognitive disability and delivered using inclusive teaching practices. Do you agree or have any further comment about that proposition?
Yes, I very strongly agree with that, although there are logistic reasons, logistic challenges for bringing people with disabilities into learning environments. And so one of the ways we have addressed that is to develop an interprofessional teaching and learning package, acknowledging and valuing the input of the multidisciplinary team that needs to work with somebody with a disability. So we worked with nurses and dentists and physios and OTs and disability support professionals and many others. And particularly we worked with 6 people with disabilities and their support networks to develop stories that were around their life and took students out of the context of a medical environment into their life, but highlighted particular issues that were relevant to healthcare. And we've found that audio-visual method of introducing the voice of people with disability into the classroom environment has been a very helpful one. It still gives the students the sense of meeting somebody, but allows us to do that in quite small grabs of video relevant to the teaching content at the time.
Professor Vellon, does the University of New South Wales use any such audiovisual resources to bring the voice of people with disability into the medicine and surgery degrees?
We have a limited amount of such materials, which are used in the early part of our medicine degree, particularly around a scenario of a child and his family, and the child is living with Down syndrome. But certainly more use could be made of such materials.
And what about at the University of Tasmania?
Yes, it would be very similar to that. We would have limited material which we use in the symposium and within case studies. But I think to have an organised collection which we can all use would be extremely useful.
And is there scope in your view, Professor Bull, to have common or shared content across several health disciplines, not just across universities, but across health disciplines within the same college at your university?
Yes, I think that's absolutely essential. It is a very interprofessional, healthcare is interprofessional by its nature. And so the more we can share and understand and nuance to particular professions, the better.
Just coming back to you, Dr. Tracy, In your statement to the Royal Commission, you've described the education and training in Australian universities about intellectual disability health as having a fragile basis. That's at paragraph 26. Could I ask you to explain what you mean by that, Dr. Tracy?
Yes, I certainly will. And I'd also like to make the point of the importance of focusing our resources on adults with disability. Traditionally, disability has been taught in paediatrics, and the case examples are often paediatric case examples, but people live most of their life as adults, and it's adult medicine that we really need to influence and to model for our next generation, and treating people as adults. And how do you treat people as adults, being cognizant of people's differing capacity and ability to communicate. So it's really important that our teaching focuses on adults. So my work in this area has been directed and informed by my life experience. I have a 35-year-old son with intellectual disability and cerebral palsy who is not able to use speech to communicate, and he's had many health issues throughout his life. When he was about 6, I looked for ways of combining my medical qualification with what I felt that I'd learned already as a parent on that journey with him. And so started working in the disability field, at first with children with disabilities and their family and carers, and later, a couple of years later, joined the Adult Centre for Developmental Disability Health, and that's where I've worked ever since. Now, my personal experience has given me the passion and the drive and the energy to push for inclusion in the curriculum as over the years. And because we were established within Monash University and we had a very supportive Department of General Practice in which we were located, there were opportunities for me to contribute to the curriculum right from the beginning. And when the medical degree underwent a major review in the late 1990s, I was then in the tent, if you like, and able to contribute and be part of that curriculum review and suggest both disability-specific content, but also integrating cases of people with disability into endocrine medicine or into orthopedics or whatever the cases were. So it was an incidental that somebody had an intellectual disability or cerebral palsy, where the main focus of that particular case might have been some particular medical issue. So we had both the disability specific content and the weaving it into the general teaching. In terms of the fragility, it's I guess as I've got old and a little bit less energetic, a little bit no less passionate, but a little bit less energetic. It's hard to it's been harder to kind of push for ongoing change and renewal. Now we have had the support of Monash University, but we are geographically separate from and distanced from the other two medical schools in Victoria. And just for logistic reasons and because of the lack of relationships, we haven't been as successful all the way along the line in including curriculum content in their medical curricula. And that's been a great shame for me. I would like to get all the medical students to develop that basic knowledge and understanding, because we hear from the medical students in year 4, so their second last year at Monash, that this is the first time they understand cerebral palsy. This is the first time they understand intellectual disability. This is the first time they've thought about how those disabilities impact on communication and what they as clinicians will be able to do to facilitate communication and make it easier and involve people directly in their healthcare. So we know students need it, and we know students value it when they get it. But I have been a champion in Victoria for this area. There have been other champions in other states at various times, but it's too fragile because we get old and worn out, and we need to have that as a sustainable part of our health professional education across all the health professions, but my focus has been medicine.
Dr. Tracy,
Yep.
Tracy, I think you indicated that your organisation is now within Monash Health and not within the university. How
Yes.
did that come about?
It was a change in the way, in the priorities of Monash University, moving from being a Victorian organisation perhaps to being an international university, and priorities shifted and changed, and it became more appropriate that we were located within a health service. And that has had exciting opportunities too. And because of the long association with Monash University, we've been able to keep a part of that community as well.
Has the move in any way limited what you can do within the medical faculty at Monash?
Probably not really limited, but perhaps made it a little bit more difficult. I used to be part of curriculum review meetings each year, and could contribute some ideas to those. That hasn't happened since we left the university. So just for some of those reasons, it is very helpful to be in the tent, but it's also great to have access to the health professionals in a health service as well. So
I wonder if Professor Leach has a view about that.
Thank you. Yes, look, I think we've really benefited from the expertise of Dr. Tracy, who's put in a very thoughtful, integrated, longitudinal approach. But I do agree with her that there's always room to enhance that and to increase the partnering with patients and families earlier in the course as well. Like Professor Veerland, we have a very early case in the medicine course in year 1 on Down syndrome in a child, but I think there are opportunities to partner more there. In terms of, so Dr. Tracy has done really good work in the sort of formative aspects of medical training at Monash, and I definitely agree there's room to strengthen those. But I actually believe that her positioning in the health system now could be more powerful in terms of the impact that the organisation can have. And that's because knowledge and training are important, but experience is everything. And if she is able to work with health professionals, because our learners go from a campus-based learning environment, which is quite controlled, into a hospital-based learning environment, which is quite uncontrolled. And I think that the ability to foster best practice learning in that environment is where the power to change can really be. And so certainly I think we do have a good relationship with Dr. Tracy, so she's always welcome inside the tent at any time. I think she knows that. She's a pretty busy lady, but she's always welcome. And she still informs and works with us, but not, I presume there's some time constraints too. But it's not the fact that she's not welcome. She's welcome always. Yeah, thank you.
May I just say something about the health service placement?
Certainly, Dr. Tracy.
Yeah. So I absolutely agree with Professor Leach that the undergraduate education is just the beginning, and we need to. I think it's really important we get the foundations right, some basic attitudes, some basic skills. But doctors live most of their lives out in practice, not in medical school, and we need to include professional development along the way, education opportunities for trainees at different stages of their training, and we need to also, and you would have heard this from Professor Troller, a focus on specialist training in this area for people particularly between the ages of 18 and 65. Because the paediatricians do a really good job prior to 18. The geriatricians do a good job in holistic care after 65. But there's a big gap there from 18 to 65 where we don't have a specialist who can coordinate and understand and lead care, medical care or health care in that area. So it needs to happen on a number of levels. The difficulty is getting people face to face, getting to people once they leave medical school. And the huge benefit of getting to them at medical school is we've got the whole cohort captured. And that's a great opportunity to develop those basic skills, whereas using your lasso to get them in later in their training is really much less effective.
We will have a panel tomorrow looking at specialty, the medical colleges and subspecialties and specialty training. But just picking up on what you've talked about, both Professor Leach and Dr. Tracy, and Dr. Tracy, you distinguished between a disability-specific content, and I think in that context you're talking about these core competencies or foundational knowledge to which you referred, and you distinguished that from case studies where disability or cognitive disability is incidental to a particular scenario that might be put to students. I just wanted to take that up with both Professors Leach and Bellin. I take it from your statement, Professor Leach, that the teaching at Monash in this area is integrated throughout the curriculum and not taught in distinct modules. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And it's largely taught through the case study model, using a person with cognitive disability as the example patient. Is that how a case study works?
That's correct.
And through a range of subjects?
That's correct.
Does that approach, do you think, provide sufficient focus for students to learn that type of foundational disability-specific knowledge to which Dr. Tracy is referring?
Look, I think it does provide a good foundational basis. It doesn't mean that it can't continue to be strengthened. And I think that one of the things that the educationalists here, I know Professor Veerland and Professor Ball would probably agree with me, is that one of the problems with sort of standalone content is it tends to sort of stick out like a sore thumb, and students will often see it as a sort of almost an optional thing, a must do. And when you deliver content which is actually close to or proximal to the ability to experience something, you often drive deeper learning, which I think we've seen in Professor Bull's statement. And I think it also tends to mitigate against the danger of sort of tokenism, so that students see the issue of intellectual disability as part of the whole of health and all of the other health issues and comorbidities, so that no matter what a person with intellectual disability is experiencing as they engage with healthcare at every stage of development, and I must amplify what Dr. Tracy has said about adults, because we both work in a health system, I work in a health system, and I 100% concur that the health disparities that the Commission is looking into are still very present. And particularly I see adults with disability, it's like they fall off a cliff. You know, when they're younger, there's a speech therapist, a dedicated nurse, an occupational therapist, a physiotherapist, and a full team. And they simply fall off a cliff, usually when they reach adolescence, and they come into a health system which is hard to navigate. So for us, we need to deliver the learning in such a way that across the journey of somebody with an intellectual disability, our learners will see how it impacts. So, you know, if they're pregnant, if they are, as they're becoming older, as they're facing other comorbid health issues such as chronic disease. So we need to have a learning that is valid as well for the students, that they see the whole person. So that's one reason for integration, to support integration. But a second reason is that it means that if a student has just learned something and then they get the opportunity to experience it in the clinical environment, it will sort of drive home deep learning. And also with education theory, spaced repetition is what works. So if you teach something once, they sort of say, hey, I think I know that, but you teach it again a little bit later, it just goes in a bit more, and then you try one more time, it works really well. If you want to go for the minimum, you try to go for the very beginning, formative, like primacy, and then the very end, recency, you know, just in time learning. But ideally, most of the medical curricula try and space it across. So hopefully that makes sense as to the rationale for the more longitudinal approach.
Professor Veal, and I'll bring you in there. You also speak in your statement about medical schools mostly taking this approach of integrating learning about disability with learning about holistic aspects of medical care and mainstream medical education. And you state that foundational knowledge can be translated to the healthcare of any person. So at the University of New South Wales, the teaching is also done in this fashion, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. I fully concur with Professor Leach's opinions on this matter.
And what are some of the holistic aspects of medical care that seen through the lens of a person with cognitive disability can enhance students' learning outcomes generally?
So we would like all our students to see all people who they care for as whole people, including their social, emotional, and psychological health, as well as their physical health, and also in the context of their society, in the context of their local environment. So, with the example of intellectual disability, we would want our students to be fully aware of Article 25 of the rights of people with disabilities from the United Nations, but we would also want them to see them as people equal to every other person, and to provide them with holistic care.
Is there a risk, do you think, that that approach doesn't provide sufficient focus for students to learn about their future role in addressing the particular health inequities of people with cognitive and intellectual disability, when there's not specific content on this subject?
Yes, so I think we shouldn't confuse a lack of a dedicated unit of teaching with a lack of specific content. So there is specific content in our medicine program and that of Monash and University of Tasmania, and I would expect all medicine programs on intellectual disability, but it might not be in a dedicated unit of study. But as Professor Leach said, that teaching is reinforced from the beginning of the program through experiences later in the program as well. So the idea is that the iterative repetition of these concepts reinforces it for students, so that when they graduate, they are competent to meet the needs of people living with disability, as well as all other people that they encounter.
Is it done?
Can I ask, please, how do you know whether this works? Bearing in mind what the Royal Commission heard in public hearing 4, and of course we have to be careful not to extrapolate too far from individual cases, but there does seem to be evidence that parts of the medical profession in any event are not very good at dealing with aspects of the treatment of people with disabilities. So I wonder what mechanisms there are for faculties, or indeed for the medical schools in general, to determine whether the outcomes that you're confident you're producing actually are working in practice.
So I think that's a difficult question to answer, because medical schools are responsible for education up until graduation, and most of a person's growth as a medical practitioner will occur post graduation. So we prepare them as a generalist to be competent as a recent graduate, but then they need to develop further over time. So we can provide them with a basic grounding, but then further education is needed for them to develop specialist knowledge in dealing with people with intellectual disability and a variety of other conditions.
Professor Vellon, obviously you assess your students. So do you assess them on their capacity to communicate with people with intellectual disability, their capacity not to do diagnostic overshadowing, their capacity not to have unconscious bias when dealing with people with cognitive disability? Do you assess those things during or at the end of the medical course?
We assess communication skills at all stages of the medical program. Some of those assessments may relate to all of those issues that you've raised, but it's safe to say that there is no assessment that specifically focuses on those elements that you've raised.
I mean, it's true to say, isn't it, that students tend to concentrate on those matters that are assessed. So unless they're assessed, students might not regard them as particularly important.
I agree with that statement. There is nothing that drives learning more than assessment.
It was ever thus.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask whether any of the faculties represented today have a statement as to the competencies in the areas of intellectual disability or treatment of people with disability that students are expected to acquire by the end of the course?
Should I go first, Rosalind?
By all means.
Yeah, so thank you. I think the package that Dr. Tracy's developed for Monash, that there is a little in the way of learning and assessment of communication skills by the people with intellectual disability who teach into the program that she's developed. But I agree that, I agree that that could be strengthened. I think in medical schools, we can look at knowledge, we can look at skills, we can try to look at attitudes, and we can try to look at behaviours. How people behave in the controlled environment of the campus is one thing, and then how they behave in the uncontrolled environment in the healthcare setting is another. And I think that we all agree. I feel that I feel myself as a health practitioner, of many, many years, that there are times when I think I provide, good care. And there are other times where I think, because of the circumstance I'm in, I don't necessarily provide the best care that I could be providing because of the situation that I'm in, and not to make excuses. But I believe that it would be extremely useful for this to be assessed. The question of, as Dr. Tracy's alluded to, this is a longitudinal journey of learning. And it's very much something that needs to be continuously reinforced and reassessed. The idea of assessing it at the end of this very formative phase, in some ways, medical school is like primary school, I think it's been said, and everything else that happens after is like high school and university and life. And so I think there would be a case to look at people's communication skills at exit. But then more importantly would be to look at how they behave as they move into the environment in healthcare. And are they seeing best practice examples of care? Because my feeling is that nursing students, physio students, occupational therapy, all health students and medical students, most of them, there's always a few bad apples in every profession, as we know, but when people start out, they're actually quite altruistic. They want to help. They want to do the right thing. They want to be good. They want to talk to people and understand and help. What sometimes happens when they get into the healthcare system is that they don't see good practice. And so they start to model themselves on that. So you can vaccinate them and test them and look at their ability to respond. And that's a very important foundation. But I think we do need to concentrate on assessing behaviours in the workplace itself, where, that's the real interface of patient care. So yes, I think we could increase that assessment at exit. but I don't think we should do that at the expense of really trying to look at how we're reinforcing that when those students are out in practice. And I'll let the expert speak now and back off.
May I say something?
Yes, Dr. Tracy.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We absolutely agree that assessment drives learning. And we used to, now again, this has got lost in the last few years, but we used to regularly submit, they're called OSCEs, oral case example, for the medical student exams, as well as multi-choice questions. And students just knowing that they might get a case on somebody with an intellectual disability, and there might be questions in their exam about somebody with a disability, makes them take our session seriously. And for many years, I was a regular examiner as well, both of those disability cases and others, and seeing me around with the examiners made them take us more seriously. So I think we need to acknowledge that assessment does drive learning and use that as a lever. The other thing I just wanted to say in terms of does it make a difference to students, one of our questions in our evaluation is, do you think that your care of somebody with a disability has changed in any way or will change in any way after this session, this teaching session? And students say things like, yes, I now understand how people can express health, how physical and mental illness can be expressed by a change in behaviour. I now understand how I have to modify my communication to suit my patient. Some very basic lessons that the students themselves are reporting that they've had a light bulb moment. They've understood something really basic for the first time in relation to people with intellectual disability. And although that's not assessing their post-graduation behaviour, I totally accept that, it is to me an indication that we've helped them understand a basic concept that they will be able to take forward with them.
But it's not just a matter of learning a particular skill. That what you've said is very important, but it's also the recognition that there is something very important that they will need to develop as they practice through their professional lives. One of the foundations of wisdom, I think, is knowing the limits of your own competence, but also knowing when you need to get some more instruction or to develop your skills throughout your professional career. So it may not just be a matter of, I now know how to deal with someone with intellectual disability, but when I'm in practice and I encounter people with intellectual disability, if I feel that I have not perhaps addressed this particular patient in an optimal way, then I will get some more assistance in terms of continuing education and so on. That may be part of it, mightn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And Michelle was saying that they are altruistic when they graduate, and that's true. And we use audiovisual medium like the 7:30 report, where of the example that came out just after Julian Troller's paper was published, where there was the example of somebody who had behaviours that were diagnosed as a temper tantrum in emergency, with a young woman screaming and on the floor, and then she died of meningitis some hours later. And the students are profoundly shocked at that, and we use that as a way of saying we really need to understand people's behaviour. It's not, behaviour is a symptom like pain. We need to understand where it comes from. It's not something to treat with antipsychotic medication or other sedatives.
So Professor Leach, sorry, you're not suggesting, Professor Leach, that it's either or, that students should have, that once they graduate, then is the time. Obviously, you're not suggesting they don't need education at university as well as a foundation for when they leave.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. What I'm suggesting is that we need both. We need all. Absolutely. So we need what we have, and I think at Monash, I think we could do more patient partnering actually at different phases of the course. And I also believe that we should continue to try and reinforce this across the journey of somebody. One of the things is that people like Dr. Tracy are in quite short supply, may I say, people with that level of expertise. And I could not agree more, and I know this is a subject of another hearing, but I really think that we need to develop a network of experts, you know, who are trained, particularly in adult disability, who can inform healthcare and education across the spectrum. One of the things I've often felt, and I'm not sure if this is the right moment to bring this in, but I think in every area, like teaching, law, medicine, any career, you know, people start out with a lot of big ideas and they sometimes then become very hardened, you know, because of the culture that they go into. And I think it's a very good opportunity in this part of their education to try and vaccinate them against some of that hardening of attitudes. And so we must never lose that. But I do think then more work needs to be done, because once they hit the culture, often that hardening of attitudes increases. I think you see this in many professions. The problem with health is we're dealing with very vulnerable people, very vulnerable. And the problem with people with intellectual disability is that they're at the extreme end of that vulnerability. And we heard earlier that 1.8% of the population is affected by intellectual disability. And, you know, that's a number that in health services we could work with. And I'd really like to see the idea that in adult land, you know, we had little teams in health services, like a nurse, a specialist trained nurse, a doctor maybe, but, you know, a physio, a social worker, little teams that when a person with intellectual disability came into the health system, that they could be activated to help that patient and family navigate the system. And then my students and Rosalind's students and Gary's students could see that best practice playing out, because I think that would be so powerful for them to see that modelling going on in their futures. As well as that, you know, Rosalind and all the professors here will tell you that the team is so important. The team can modify your behaviour. You know, if you're working with a wonderful nurse, they can say, hey, don't you know this is the best way to talk to someone? You know, you can learn from the team. So I think educating the whole team is key, rather than, you know, a standalone in a medical course.
I think we better give Ms. Wright a chance to have a speaking role.
It's not about me. Professor Bull, if I could bring you into the conversation, sitting there patiently. Do you have a view, like Dr. Tracy, that universities are currently reliant to a large extent on individual academic staff or champions to advocate for the inclusion of cognitive disability content? Do you think that's an issue?
Yes, I do. I agree absolutely that this is very fragile at the moment. I think one of the best ways forward would be to really embed this in the leadership and governance and the strategies, the strategic intentions of universities and other health organisations, to say this is an area of great importance. We will put our resources behind it. Resourcing is a clear indicator that this is supported.
And the University of Tasmania conducted its own internal review, did it not, in 2013, on its medical curriculum and on the healthcare of people with disability, whether that was properly represented within the medical curriculum. Is that right?
That's right.
And was that prompted by the advent of the NDIS? Do you know?
No, that was, again, it may have been related to that. I can't say that for certain, but the two people that drove that were particular advocates for people with cognitive disability.
That was Dr. Nick Cooling, an academic at the university, and he did recommend updates to the medicine curriculum.
Yes.
Were those recommendations adopted by the University of Tasmania?
Yes, they were, and into the medical curriculum, and also, interestingly, into the nursing curriculum that is just coming forward now. So there's quite a significant change in the level of commitment, I think, to ensuring people with intellectual disability are a greater focus.
Your courses in the College of Health and Medicine are undergoing transformation at the moment. Is that the case?
Yes.
And how might that review examine the content on cognitive disability?
So as the others were talking, I was thinking around the way we look at curriculum and the way that students journey through that curriculum. And so if we have a look at what are students doing right at the very beginning, they're learning about the healthcare system, they're learning about themselves within that healthcare system as a student and as a nascent health professional. They're learning about bits of the human body, when they work, when they don't work. And they're also trying to think about how they respond to things. And so I think that a review starts right at that end to really understand the student journey of this and how best to bring along the learning that a student needs. And so having a complex conversation to assist a family to navigate the health system wouldn't be a reasonable thing to introduce in the first year of a program or assess. And so what we would be looking at for intellectual disability, working with people with intellectual disability, is a slow spiralling of knowledge, so that you're saying, here's what you've learned about congestive cardiac failure. Here's a case study with a person who has intellectual disability and congestive cardiac failure, and you need to explain to that person and their family what blood tests they need, what ECG they need, what sort of treatment they need, and what the trajectory of this is. And that's far more complex and draws on the student's knowledge of all those systems, of communication, and of themselves, and that bias that may or may not be sitting there. But that's a slow progress, and I think that's deep learning, which is why, I don't think putting a single subject in is a good way to go, because that allows you to do a tick and flick, and I don't think that's good. I also think we should be looking at capabilities rather than competencies, because capabilities assume that there will be continual growth, and that's what we want to see in our health professions.
Is there any framework in assessing the adequacy and in reviewing curriculum? Is there any framework available for the university to determine what should be taught, whether the existing content is sufficient? How do you benchmark the adequacy of existing content?
So we benchmark against each other, but we also are externally regulated.
Say each other,
universities, we have a look at each other's courses. But we also are externally accredited. And so we have external regulatory authorities that place standards on our courses, and they will dictate to some extent, greater and lesser extents, depending on the regulatory body, what must be in there, what must be tested, and at what time that actually occurs within the program.
And those accreditation standards won't go into the level of detail, for example, of what is said in propositions 3 and 4 in the Commission's document about teaching unconscious bias, about diagnostic overshadowing, making adjustments to standard practices, specific communication skills relating to treating and caring for patients with cognitive disability. So how looking at other universities and collaborating is one method, but how do you determine overall that across the whole of a given degree, the content is what is required? You know, in the face of the very significant evidence about health inequities, I think what I'm leading to is, do you see a need for a nationally consistent competency framework, which is one of the other propositions which has been put up for discussion?
So to answer that second part of the question, yes, I think a national capability framework would be absolutely terrific, because that would allow what are nationally regulated professions to come out with the same level of capability. So we would know that people were able to operate well. I think the missing element is around what you're discussing there, is the registration standards that our nurses, doctors, physios, et cetera, have to respond to as well. And they do specify. The other areas that many of the evidence guides for accreditations will also provide examples of what are expected in there. So certainly the ability to communicate across a whole range of different people is critical to all health professions.
Professor Leach, is any attempt made by your university to determine whether the content taught across the whole of the degree is adequate, and against what sort of measure or benchmark is that done, if it's done at all?
So is this in terms of intellectual disability?
Yes, well, I think we're looking at cognitive disability, but if it's done for intellectual disability, that would be...
Yeah, so look, I agree with Professor Bull that I think we don't currently have a capability framework, that we use. I think the most we have is the work that really Dr. Tracy's done, where students, and that's in the penultimate year of the medical course. So it's quite an important time. But I think that whilst we have, for example, now frameworks to look at Indigenous health knowledge and understanding and behaviour, I think that a national framework around for this area would be very useful in guiding medical schools.
That would have the advantage, wouldn't it, of leaving the medical schools or the other schools or faculties autonomous in terms of the way they went about actually achieving the capabilities. It's obviously not unlikely that a body such as a Royal Commission can stipulate the precise methods of teaching, pedagogy and so forth, but a framework might provide something at which the schools or faculties could aim, and then it's a matter for them as to how it's actually achieved.
Exactly.
That would be wonderful.
I think the analogy...
While there's a brief pause, could I just ask perhaps a very basic question? What's the difference between a capability framework and a competency framework?
So are you okay if I answer this? Okay, so a competency framework is really a yes-no answer. Is the person competent in this area? There's a measure, and you can say no, they're not competent, or yes, they are competent. So it's at its very worst level, a tick and flick. A capability framework is far more nuanced than that. So you're able to look at developing capabilities around that person and how they are able to shift or use their knowledge in a broadening, widening range of contexts. And that would be absolutely perfect for this, I think, for this sort of education, because it takes somebody who may have very little understanding, who almost certainly will have very little understanding, who may have a lot of unconscious bias and who may not be a splendid communicator, and bring them along over the course of 3 to 5 years to a graduate health professional who has learnt all of those things and has demonstrated developing capability all the way along. And that comes back to a question that was asked earlier around how do we know our students are demonstrating what we need them to demonstrate? We assess our students all of the way along. And so we're really assessing that developing capability. And then are they achieving the standard for practice that their registering authority expects of a graduate?
Yes.
Professor Whelan, you've said in your statement that it's important to recognise that it's not possible for universities to continually add content without overloading students. I just wanted to take up with you the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Curriculum Framework, which has been referred to. What was the experience of the university when that came into place? Was it initially difficult to find space, to your knowledge, in the curriculum for teaching Indigenous health?
Yes, it was difficult, but it was difficult for a number of reasons. Firstly, at our particular medical school, we didn't have an Indigenous leader to take carriage of this, which we now do. But initially, that was an issue, and also, the existing staff of the medical school needed to go on a journey of cultural competence and cultural safety as well. So there was both logistical issues, cultural issues, but also the more prosaic issues of trying to figure out how to fit in additional material into a already crowded curriculum.
And that was obviously done because it's now mandated by the accreditation standards. What have been the benefits of incorporating the Indigenous health curriculum into the medicine degree at the university?
So I would say we're still on a journey. We are working on developing students' understanding of the history of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and the relationship between that history and current health issues, and also providing our students with sufficient exposure to the health issues experienced by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we're incorporating those capabilities into the curriculum together with assessment in alignment with the requirement of the accrediting body. But it is an ongoing journey, and I think that if a national capability framework was to be implemented for intellectual disability, then a similar journey would be required. But I would say that it would need to start with the accrediting bodies changing their standards.
I think you've also said that advocacy would be needed from both the Australian Medical Council and the Medical Deans, Australia, New Zealand. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And of course, the AMC is the accrediting authority. What is the role of the deans? What role do they play in supporting reforms to curriculum?
The medical deans of Australia and New Zealand play a very useful role for all medical schools in creating awareness of changes in curricula, creating awareness of new resources, sharing resources between medical schools. And I think in this particular area, the creation of a toolkit with shared resources would be beneficial for all medical schools.
Mm-hmm. Professor Leach, could I ask you what your university's experience has been of finding space for the Indigenous health curriculum framework, and if you're able to speak to any benefits that have flowed from incorporating that content into the medical and nursing degrees, if you're able to speak to that?
Sure, thank you. We, like Professor Veerland and UNSW, and indeed all Australian medical schools, I think, are still on a journey. And I guess, our Monash motto is Ancora Imparo, I'm still learning. And I think that is something that applies to all of the incorporation of all of these capability frameworks is we need to be open to ongoing learning. We have been very lucky to have excellent Indigenous leadership at Monash and excellent community engagement. And I think it, we've increased the number of medical students who are of Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander origin. We have, we have integrated curriculum across the years. Interestingly, recently, the Gugwandruk unit that guides this education framework for us, and they're responding to a national guideline. So they're working, so this is a good model for us to, I think, look at. So a national guideline has been very useful. Coupled with that, as Professor Veland said, the Medical Education Collaborative Committee of Medical Deans Australia and New Zealand have shared resources across universities. So, it is a good model to look at there. But an absolute key, I think, has been community engagement. So that would follow, I think, in the area of intellectual disability. One of the things is too that, if you're good at this, if you're good at understanding other, if you're aware culturally, if you're self-aware, self-awareness, that training that you get, it's good for everything. You're going to be a good doctor. We don't know how to measure what a good doctor is, but, one of the things is being aware of yourself as you carry yourself through the world, being kind, if you can't be kind, having good manners at least, and being able to know the limitations. And these are some of the things that I think this Indigenous health curriculum framework is teaching, self-reflection, self-awareness, some of the same skill sets that will be critically important to help vulnerable people with intellectual disability in the health system. But people with intellectual disability have particular needs. And so the question is, should there be anything discrete? And I would really welcome the UK findings. The UK evaluation will be very instructive to us if the introduction of a discrete, unit or mandatory, entity within a teaching program has proven to change outcomes for patients. Well, we should listen to that. But the way we're doing it with Indigenous health is very much an integration model, but they recently have introduced a standalone mandatory learning on racism. And so there may be, is there a need for a small amount of something mandatory? I think that's something that this commission, will continue to explore. But I think you've heard from most of the educators here and others that you mustn't do that at the cost of the continuous integration model.
Could I just ask you finally, what would you like to see in place? And I open that to all of you, perhaps starting with Professor Leach. What would you like to see in place in 5 years if it is mandated that curriculum be enhanced in the area of cognitive disability health, or if in your own assessment you decide that there is room for improvement?
Look, I think what I'd really like to see is that the enhancement of curricula is guided by a network of experts who have practical, real-world experience of what it is like for patients with disability, as well as patients and families with disability, guiding the development of that framework. I'd like to see a purposeful, deliberative approach to this that takes into account the whole education journey. And I think, we would be very, very keen in medical schools to be part of that process, wherever the strengthening is required. We would be very keen we would welcome that. I would really welcome that such a national framework myself.
Professor Bull, what would you like to see in place?
I would like to see a national commitment, and that extending across the health professions and the unregulated health workforce, because they are a really important component of all of this. I'd like to see that national commitment linked to shared resources, interprofessionally shared resources. And I would also like to see a much less fragile leadership in this space. So to know that our leading health professions were carrying it forward, and there was an expectation. So it would be cross-sectoral, I suppose, in terms of accrediting bodies, higher education, vet sector, and so on.
Civilian?
Thank you. I think it's key to have a collaborative approach across at a national level to develop resources that are available for healthcare professional degrees across Australia. And the network that Michelle referred to of experts in this area would be key to the establishment of such resources, but also appropriate funding for the development of e-learning resources that could be shared nationally. As well as that, it would be helpful if, excuse me, in all regions where healthcare profession degrees are taught, that there are relationships built with advocacy groups and intellectual disability services to enable students to experience firsthand the care of people with intellectual disability.
And Dr. Tracy, what would you like to see in place in 5 years?
Well, I think the model of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander framework is a really helpful one. We want all Indigenous Australians to receive good health care. We want all Australians with intellectual disability to receive good health care. So we want a national approach. It's still a relatively early development field. There are lots of people with lived experience who are wanting to contribute to this process. So certainly a framework that and leadership from experts with an advisory group of people with lived experience and leadership from health professionals who often have lived experience. There's a lot of crossover there. Intellectual disability is common. Many health professionals have someone in their family with an intellectual disability. So a lot of people are wanting to contribute to the field. I think that the competency framework developed by Professor Troller and his team in relation to mental health is a really good model on which we could base a capability framework for health professionals that we're discussing now. He's done a really excellent job, and I like the way he's laid it out in terms of the first part being working with somebody with a disability. So you're addressing attitudes, you're addressing communication, you're addressing legal issues of capacity and consent and sharing of health information. A whole lot of things come under that. And then there's the clinical competencies, and then there's the area of service improvement and continuous improvement and development. And I think that framework is a really nice one that he's laid out there, and we could certainly use that as a model. But and I'd also, there needs to be a workforce here developed who are teaching this. One of the issues about having too much of the curriculum in case-based examples taught by people who are not familiar with working with people with intellectual disability is that can be issues of the language used, the values imparted. It's still an area that a lot of people have not thought a lot about if they've not come in contact with it themselves personally. And so we do need to have appropriate modelling of attitudes and language, as well as competency in the actual clinical skills and knowledge.
And so a capabilities framework could could contribute to that in terms of the training of the teachers.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, and on a national level. Yep.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
I'll just ask whether the commissioners present today have any further questions. Commissioner Atkinson.
No, thank you.
Commissioner Bennis.
No, thank you.
I would like to thank each of you, Dr. Tracy, Professor Bellin, Professor Ball, Professor Leach, for giving evidence and for your extremely thoughtful contributions. You've stirred up remembrances of things past for me. I remember some decades ago, curriculum review committees and all of the work they did and the endless discussions. I hope that our discussions over the next couple of days will produce more direct outcomes than some of the committee meetings that I remember. But thank you very much indeed for coming and giving evidence. I was just wondering whether, Professor Leach, when you mentioned the characteristics that you were trying to engender in medical graduates of self-awareness, kindness, compassion, if you were going to suggest that if someone lacked any of those characteristics, they should study law.
Yeah.
I would never say that in this context.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, the next panel, if it's convenient to the Royal Commission, will be at 1 o'clock.
At 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Oh, we have a little break. Very
We
good.
do.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll adjourn until 1 p.m. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned.
Yes, Ms.
The
Wright.
Royal Commission is now adjourned.
Yes, Ms. Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioners, the next panel will consist of 4 witnesses from the field of nursing education and training and standards. Associate Professor Nathan Wilson from the Professional Association of Nurses in Development Disability Australia, or PANDA. Professor Chris Brebner of Flinders University Nursing School. Perhaps if Professor Brebner could indicate by perhaps waving your hand. Thank you, Professor Brebner. Ms. Lisa Edwards, Policy Advisor of the Council of Deans of Nursing and Midwifery, and Dr. Margaret Gatling, who is the Director, Accreditation Services of the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Accreditation Council, or ANMAC.
Yes, thank you, Professor Wilson, Professor Brebner, Ms. Edwards, and Dr. Gatling for coming to the Royal Commission to give evidence. I understand that you have each been affirmed or taken the oath as the case may be, so I'll ask Ms. Wright to ask you some questions now. Thank you.
I'll just provide a short opening. Commissioners, each of the witnesses have provided statements which are in Tender Bundle A. And this panel has a nursing theme, and our focus is on propositions 1, 6 and 8 broadly. Commissioners, at public hearing 4, Professor Julian Troller gave evidence that training for health professionals should be based on an overarching national competency framework. Support for a national competency framework was also expressed at the second roundtable on the health of people with intellectual disability, hosted by the Commonwealth Department of Health. It was noted that intellectual disability content needs to be integrated in competency frameworks and accreditation standards, similar to competencies on providing care for Indigenous, culturally and linguistically diverse communities. A competency framework defines the knowledge, skills and attributes that are the outcome of a learning journey. If implemented, a competency framework in the area of cognitive disability health would contain guidelines to assist universities and other higher education providers to develop and integrate cognitive disability health content in their core education. There are a number of models of competency frameworks in existence in Australia. One example is the Intellectual Disability Mental Health Core Competency Framework, developed by the Department of Developmental Disability Neuropsychiatry at the University of New South Wales, and that is found at tab 45 of Tender Bundle B. It is a manual for mental health professionals in intellectual disability healthcare. That framework may be more detailed than what is needed, but appears to be a useful tool, as we heard in the last panel, for the development of core competencies or capabilities in intellectual disability healthcare. Another example is the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Curriculum Framework, developed in response to a report in 2011 by Health Workforce Australia on the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health workforce. That framework states the pivotal role higher education providers play in ensuring graduates have the capacity to work effectively and respectfully in First Nations health contexts. It identifies the capabilities graduates will develop after doing studies in a tertiary setting where the framework is implemented. It sets out learning outcomes, for example, around communication in a culturally appropriate manner with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. A significant feature of that framework is that it was developed not only to assist universities to develop their course content, but also to inform revisions to accreditation standards, being the standards the education providers must meet. It offers guidelines for revising standards across the health system. Its stated intent is not to be prescriptive, but rather to provide a roadmap by which education providers might be assisted when implementing changes to their degrees and courses. In terms of the capabilities or competencies health professionals require when caring for people with cognitive or intellectual and developmental disability, there are some topics that have come up repeatedly in the evidence received by the Royal Commission to date and in academic literature. Communication skills, attitudes and values, adjustments to standard practice, to name just a few. The Council of Deans of Nursing and Midwifery have said in their statement to the Royal Commission that there should be a level of agreement among stakeholders regarding a clear set of learning outcomes that would best support a person-centred experience for vulnerable people that could be shared across undergraduate courses for health professionals. And the Council of Deans appear to contemplate mandated content. Associate Professor Nathan Wilson has set out PANDA's position that there should be a national approach to mandatory education and training in intellectual and developmental disability specific content for all healthcare professionals to build capability and capacity in IDD care. Education and training should be included in both undergraduate and postgraduate education courses of all disciplines, and there should also be ongoing training through staff education and continuing professional development programs to address current gaps. Similarly, Professor Brebner of Flinders University College of Nursing and Health Science states that a task force to develop a national framework for development and delivery of this important learning could facilitate the process in an appropriate and sustainable manner. And Professor Brebner also suggests that curriculum enhancement would be amplified if mandated in professional practice and accreditation standards for the nursing profession. This panel will therefore begin to explore whether there is a need to revise accreditation standards and practice standards so as to mandate content in relevant degrees and diplomas. And I note that evidence from Virginia Howie, who we will hear for tomorrow, is also relevant to this topic. But first, Commissioners, we are going to hear from Corey Burke, who has been contributing to a nurse capacity building project led by Professor Andrew Cashin and Associate Professor Wilson. And that evidence will be provided by way of a pre-recorded tape, which we will play now.
Thank you.
Hi, Corey.
Hi, how are you?
Well, thank you. Is your name Corey Burke?
Yes, it is.
Have you made a statement to the Royal Commission dated the 7th of December this year?
Yes, I have.
Corey, would you be happy to read out your statement for us?
Yeah, I might need some help by my mum though, because I'm not a very good reader.
that's quite okay. And if you need to stop at any time, just tell us.
Okay.
You can start now if you like, Corey.
All right. I play the guitar and sing. I'm in a band called The Outsiders. I play basketball and do athletics at the Special Olympics. I represented Queensland in basketball at the Special Olympics National Games in Adelaide in 2018. I like computers and I create replicas of theme parks like Movie World. I am working on a project about training nurses to have better understanding of people with special needs. And the people with special needs need a little bit more extra care. I'm a part of a group of people who help develop training. We get together and talk about our experiences with nurses and talk about nurses, what nurses should know. I am also helping them with scripts for training videos for nurses that other people with a disability will act in. Well, when I go into hospital for an operation, I have trouble going under the anesthesia. My adrenaline goes up and I tend to fight the anesthesia. One time I went into hospital for an operation, the anesthetic didn't work. I was conscious the entire time. I have a mentor who keeps me when I go to hospital. When I went into hospital for the operation, the anesthesia said, the anaesthetist said that my mentor had to leave the room. I was left alone with the doctors and nurses. They gave me anesthetic, but I didn't go under. I was still conscious, and I tried to tell them, but they did the operation anyway. It wasn't painful, but it was very uncomfortable. I think this wouldn't have happened if my mentor was in the room with me. My mentor would help to keep me calm and stopped my adrenaline from going up. I think people should have a better understanding with people with a disability or special needs. They should know that people with special needs need a little extra care, especially if they get anxiety and nervous or act out. People should know that things like having a safety blanket for someone or can help if they're anxious or nervous. I have a toolbox that I keep sensory items in to bring my stressful situations down, and it makes me less anxious. I have a support dog too. People should know about these things and let the people use them, especially in hospitals. People should know that a person is having a meltdown. It may not be a part of their disability. It isn't because they're a bad person. People should know that helping a person having a meltdown by just sitting with them and saying everything is going to be okay and understanding their emotions. People don't know that I have a disability. My disability isn't visible, so people don't really know until they meet me. Sometimes nurses don't know I have a disability until they talk to me and ask me if I understood what they said. And I say not really, or I just nod. It might be on my medical records, but I don't see them and I don't know. There should be something in the medical records to show that someone with a disability, that there could be a colour on their file. So when the nurses and doctors look at the colour, they know they're dealing with someone with a disability who has epilepsy, autism disorder, or an intellectual disability. If you know if they had different colours for those things, you could categorise them. Nurses and doctors would know that someone has a disability, even if they're busy and don't have time to read the file. I think people should have something on their file that tells the doctors and nurses and parents needed to be present when they're talking to them. Sometimes people sit in a hospital and the doctors and nurses say things when they don't really understand. It could also be overwhelming, especially when explaining a procedure or something that they can be a bit dramatic. If someone does not understand what doctors and nurses are saying, there should be parents have to find out by the doctor trying to decipher it. I think that there should be somewhere where that parents can get information from where the technology, we have got technology now, so maybe there could be an app that could send updates from parents to let them know what's going on. Everyone with a disability is different, and they're all got different needs. Sometimes people need to look outside the box. My doctor told me that he has a patient with a disability who refuses to come and see the doctor because they were nervous. My doctor brought the needle and everything he needed out to the patient, so it wasn't so confronting for him. I think more doctors need to be like this. I have a lot more knowledge to share. This is just some of it.
Thank you, Corey.
No problems.
Corey, you said you're working on a project about training nurses.
Yes.
And you said you have got a lot more knowledge to share.
Yeah.
Are you sharing your knowledge in that project about training nurses?
Yes.
And you hope that nurses can have a better understanding of people with disability?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you very much for your time today, Corey, and for reading your statement out to the Royal Commission.
No problems.
Associate Professor Wilson, is your full name Nathan Wilson?
I don't think we can hear you, Professor Wilson. You may
Yes.
have to turn on your sound.
Okay, yes, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. And you're the president of the Professional Association of Nurses in Developmental Disability Australia.
I am indeed, yes.
You are an associate professor in the School of Nursing and Midwifery at the Western Sydney University.
Yes.
And you're also an honorary senior lecturer at the Centre for Disability Research and Policy in the Faculty of Health Sciences at the University of Sydney. Is that right?
That's correct, although it's no longer called the Faculty of Health Sciences, yes.
Thank you. And you've been a registered nurse since 1992 and have particular expertise in nursing practice for people with intellectual disability.
That's correct, yes.
Professor Brebner, is your full name Chris Brebner?
It's Christine Brebner.
Thank you. And you're the Dean Education of the College of Nursing and Health Sciences at Flinders University.
Correct.
You originally trained as a speech pathologist, is that right?
Correct.
And have worked in a range of paediatric settings in Australia and overseas.
Correct.
Your research interests include early communication development, particularly for children with culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds. Is that right?
Yes.
Lisa Edwards, is your full name Lisa Edwards? I think you might need to adjust your setting.
Oh yes, Liza Edwards is my full name.
Sorry, Liza. And you're a policy advisor at the Council of Deans of Nursing and Midwifery.
That's correct. I'm also a registered nurse and have been since 1993.
And the Council of Deans represents 42 schools of nursing in Australia and New Zealand.
Correct.
Dr. Gatling, is your full name Margaret Gatling?
Yeah.
And you are the Director Accreditation Services of the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Accreditation Council.
Yes, I am.
And you've worked in nursing regulation and accreditation for several years.
Yes.
You trained as a registered nurse and have a doctorate which looked at societal attitudes to the care of the elderly. Is that right?
Yes.
Associate Professor Wilson, I might start with you. You've said in your statement to the Royal Commission that there's currently little content on intellectual and developmental disability in nursing curricula in Australia. And you refer to the audit conducted by Professor Julian Troller into intellectual disability health content in nursing schools in 2014 that found that 52% of 31 nursing schools examined offered no intellectual disability content. And you've also noted the finding that where taught, it was for an average of 3.5 hours over the entire degree. We'll come back to talking about accreditation standards, which you've mentioned in this context in a moment, but I just want to draw on your personal experience in teaching in this area. You've referred in your statement to a course that you offered, and I think you developed at the Western Sydney University. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was into chronic illness and disability.
Yes. So the unit was about chronic illness and disability with a focus on 3 of the national health priority areas, which was neurological, respiratory and endocrine disorders.
And you incorporated content and case studies in that unit relating to intellectual and developmental disability. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And you taught that course until about 2017, when your responsibilities then changed?
Yes, that's right, yes.
And since that time, you've found that the course content pertaining to intellectual and developmental disability has eroded from that particular subject.
Yeah, it's a gradual erosion over time for a couple of reasons. One being that there's an expectation that unit coordinators will revise roughly 1/3 of the content of the curriculum each year to ensure that it's current. And the other thing that obviously happens is that when you get different academics with different expertise, will then, naturally inject their own expertise into that unit of study. Just like I did when I created the unit, I injected intellectual disability into every part of the course because I could, and that was my expertise, and so I did.
And you've said that's actually a common story where without a local academic or champion with an interest in the area, content in this area can be watered down and is watered down quickly.
That's correct, and that's also echoed in that paper that you referred to by Julian Troller and colleagues, that where there was content, that there was often a local champion who made sure that that content was embedded into the curriculum, yes.
Just further by way of some background, you speak a little in your statement about the historical reasons for a lack of training in intellectual and developmental disability in nursing schools. I wondered if you could explain that briefly. And I'm referring to the part of your statement where you talk about the move from of nursing education to higher education.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph 21 to 22.
Yeah. So when nursing education moved into the higher education sector, it was certainly my direct experience that there were units of study on a range of population groups, such as pediatrics, aged care, mental health, intellectual disability, and so on, and that then gradually from around the mid-1990s onwards, that was gradually eroded over time for a whole range of reasons, such as changes in the way that the ANMAC standards were structured and so on. Yes.
Yeah. And you've said there was an expectation it would be taught in undergraduate curricula, but that hasn't been borne out by what's occurred.
Yes, I think that there's, and this goes back before my time, but my colleagues at Panda who are a little older than me, refer to when the curriculum left the colleges of nursing that were based in clinical settings, that there was a reassurance and a guarantee that that would then carry on. And it did initially, but was just gradually eroded over time.
Professor Brebner, Flinders University offers a Bachelor of Nursing and Bachelor of Nursing graduate entry degrees.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you explain in your statement that the curricula focuses on patient-centred care and encourages students to contextualise their learnings about care for people from diverse backgrounds.
That's correct, yes.
And that Flinders has a strategic focus, in fact, in the area of vulnerable populations and equity. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
And you've said that, and I think you've fairly acknowledged at the commencement of your statement that the needs of people with cognitive disabilities do not currently have to be directly addressed in university curriculum.
That is correct.
Are you referring there to the accreditation standards not requiring it?
It's not explicitly stated in the accreditation standards that cognitive disability needs to be addressed as a specific area, but that the needs of vulnerable people in provision of nursing care do need to be attended to. So the curriculum that we deliver tends to be more integrated, encouraging students to consider the person as an individual and their critical thinking and reasoning around how they would support that individual, but not so much of a focus on content specifically around cognitive disability, for example.
The way it's integrated, is it by case studies and clinical simulations, which you've referred to in your statement over the course of the degree?
We do that as well as placement or work integrated learning. I would like to note that simulations for people with cognitive disability are very difficult to do in a respectful manner. So that's not something that we have put a lot of content in around, because that would be something we are looking to co-design with people with lived experience of disability and their carers to be able to do that in an authentic and respectful manner. But about 20% of the population live with disability, and so there's a lot of experience that our students gain out in their work integrated learning, their placement experiences, where they come into contact with people living with disability. And so they're encouraged to think about those individuals and reflect on their practice, and that's integrated into the curriculum throughout, so that they're constantly reflecting on the needs of the people that they're caring for.
Are those clinical placements ever in placements that are dedicated to patients with cognitive disability? That is it a planned exposure, or is it more of a chance or serendipitous thing depending on where the student is placed?
There are very few services that focus specifically for that target population, so it's difficult to make it a planned experience for the volume of nursing students that we have. And it's not possible to have a dedicated placement specifically for cognitive disability, but instead these people who live with cognitive disability will present across all aspects of healthcare.
Does that mean that the majority of the formal education in relation to cognitive disability health is around the case study model?
At the moment, I would say yes, in our curriculum.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that's sufficient for teaching specific issues to do with cognitive disability? And I'm referring to some of the topics dealt with in the propositions document that you would have seen circulated around things such as communication skills with this population, unconscious bias, adjustments to standard practices and the like?
It's my belief that we can always strengthen and further develop the curriculum that we deliver, and at the moment a framework would really support the delivery of curriculum in that way. We don't have a human rights basis for our curriculum in nursing, But what we have been starting to do as a college with a large number of different health professions, we've been bringing together an interprofessional group to look at how we can incorporate all of those considerations. So, for example, our speech pathology team have expertise around communication. Our disability team have expertise around the theories underpinning disability practice. And one of the other key things that we're doing is we have a panel of scholars now, people with lived experience of disability or people living with disability who are employed to come in, and they have the knowledge expertise. So they are working with our academics around co-design of curriculum and how that might be delivered in an appropriate way. And a framework that is co-designed with people with disability would really support that work to continue and to grow and strengthen.
You've referred in your statement to how the curricula is determined, and you've said there are 4 pillars of teaching and learning content. And that's at page 3, paragraph 2 of your statement. One of those 4 pillars you've referred to is the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander health curriculum framework. Is that the type of framework to which you've just referred, where you've said a framework would greatly assist in the area of cognitive disability health?
Yes, development of a framework like that, co-designed with people living with disability and adequately resourced to have a really robust, well-designed framework would indeed support a curriculum. And yes, it would be very similar to the way in which the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander curriculum framework has been developed.
How do you take a document like that and translate it to actual teaching, design and delivery?
How long have we got? Really, we take those documents, we look at the principles and the core learnings, and often we'll design a unit or a topic to introduce those theories, and then we'll integrate the content throughout the remainder of the curriculum. So students, for example, with the Aboriginal Torres Strait Islander content will have a topic where they learn about theories, the histories, the perspectives. They have MALPA Aboriginal guides in that particular topic. And then that content around working in a respectful way with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples is integrated across all components of curriculum across the remainder of the degree. So we would envisage a very similar process if we had a framework for cognitive disability.
One of the other 4 pillars you referred to are the National Safety and Quality Health Standards for Acute Care Services. They deal with clinical standards, is that right? That's a nod?
Yes,
thank you. And they inform the content of the curriculum development at the university?
Yes, we take all of the different priorities, national priorities, all of the different care standards, everything together to look at how best to design a curriculum to be delivered in 3 years, which will enable our graduates to graduate as registered nurses who are safe to practice.
Do you have a view about whether those national safety and quality health standards adequately address the needs of patients with cognitive disability?
I would have to defer to my nursing colleagues on that one because I don't believe I have specific enough knowledge about the level of detail in those standards.
Sure. Now you've said that the work in this area could be amplified if mandated in professional practice and accreditation standards. Is that right?
That is correct. What we have seen nationally is when professional bodies embed requirements into accreditation standards and professional standards, that is directly then transferred into curriculum and teaching. It becomes a requirement and it is embedded.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Edwards, I might bring you in here. You've highlighted in your statement that individual members, individual nursing schools are responsible for their own curriculum content. That's the position?
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah.
sorry, we just need an answer for the transcript. And you've also referred to Julian Troller's work, and you've said that a number of courses do include such content at the moment. Is that right?
Yep. Yes, that's true. I believe that study was done and included approximately half of the current nursing schools at the time it was conducted, and half of those nursing schools that responded said that they didn't include content with regard to intellectual disability.
Do you agree that's a poor statistic?
Yes, I think at the time, I think it is difficult to interpret because the responses were of only half the current nursing schools that delivered courses. So I think it is difficult to say that if it was a response from the entire nursing school, I would agree that that was a poor statistic, definitely.
31's a fair number, do you agree? If out of 31 schools, only 50% or less are offering cognitive disability content, that could be concerning.
I would agree that was concerning if 31 was the entire number of schools delivering content at that time. But I believe that was only half of those that were delivering content. So I think it needs to be taken in context.
Do you have any reason to think that those who were delivering good content or content didn't respond to the survey?
No, I don't. All I can say is that it was half, approximately half. It was documented in that article that it was half, Commissioner, of those delivering content.
Do you mean that the response rate was half? That is, half of the institutions contacted responded?
I believe it was half of the number of institutions delivering nursing and or midwifery degrees at that time.
Responded to the whatever questions were asked.
Yes, Commissioner.
But of those that did respond, half didn't offer instruction in the care of people with disability.
That's correct.
Right. So your query is whether the half that did respond is representative of the whole.
Yes, that's correct.
You've said that there's currently no mandatory minimum requirements in the ANMAC accreditation standards regarding cognitive disability. That's right?
Yes, that's correct.
And if learning is to be mandated, it should extend to incorporating learning objectives and outcomes for registered nurse students across all vulnerable people. That's the suggestion that the Council of Deans makes. Is that right?
Yes, it is, yes.
Is that too broad a concept to address training to address specific health inequities that have been identified for this population? Do you think?
I think the work to be done is to address the inequities that vulnerable populations experience. And I think many experience difficulties in accessing care and accessing high quality care and in communication. And I think there is a piece of work to be done that actually looks at vulnerable populations across the board to identify commonalities that could be addressed for populations that are generally represented, right throughout our population.
And how does one identify vulnerable populations?
I think
there could be many.
There are many. There are absolutely many, and I think that's part of the work to be done. These are people experiencing homelessness, different groups of diversity, cultural and linguistically diverse populations. There are many, many issues that are experienced by different populations with regard to access to high quality healthcare, with regard to communication and a whole raft of different issues with regard to experiencing the healthcare that they need and the issues they've got in accessing that healthcare. And I think with relation to nursing and delivering the care that populations require, I think it's more than just looking at, I guess, it's the issues that all the vulnerable populations experience. And I think that that for nursing is probably something that is difficult to fit into a 3-year degree in relation to one specific area. But the Council of Deans believe that there is further work to be done that could actually sort of broaden out and include a greater number of vulnerable groups in relation to nursing education.
Has the Council of Deans had regard to, for example, Professor Julian Troller's work on the significant health inequities suffered by people with intellectual disability?
I don't believe specifically with regard to our contribution to the Commission that they have. No, we have been included in the roundtables at a late stage. So I certainly attended the roundtable in November, the second roundtable, and was able to hear Professor Troller's presentation to that roundtable.
The suggestion about incorporating learning objectives across all vulnerable people, could I reverse that and suggest that there's been some evidence this morning that people or patients in this group can be used as, that is, people with cognitive or intellectual disability can be used as an exemplar of healthcare in people with complex health needs to enhance training that can be applied to other vulnerable groups. In other words, if you teach in this area specific to cognitive disability, you will improve students' awareness and understanding of issues that they can then generally apply to other populations.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that. And I would agree with that with a caveat that it was looked at in a view of a number of other populations that may have, like homelessness, etc., that may have other issues that may or may not be included in that. But I agree, yes.
Dr. Gatling, on accreditation standards, are you able to explain for the Commission, because
Sorry, before you leave, yes. Ms. Edwards, can I ask her a question?
Certainly.
Ms. Edwards, you say in paragraph 7 of your statement, or at least in question 7, you talk about your participation in the second round table, which you referred to in your evidence just before.
Yes.
And then it says that there was going to be a smaller group discussion on university medical and nursing curricula tentatively scheduled for 19 November 2020.
Yes,
did that happen?
Yes,
did that happen?
It did, Commissioner, and the Chair of the Council, Professor Tracy Moroney, attended and presented at that round.
And do you know what the outcome, if any, of that was?
I think the outcome was provided by the department that there would be ongoing discussions with regard to how to progress this issue forward.
That's it. That's the outcome?
Yes, so there was presentations from various different professions and different groups, and the department were intending to take it forward. They were intending to have further discussions around how this could be done, whether it was done with a national competencies framework, but they were going to have further discussions regarding that.
Thank you.
I think, Commissioner, we will receive some evidence from Professor Troller about the progress of those roundtables tomorrow. Dr. Gatling, are you able to explain the link between registered nurse or enrolled nurse standards for practice and the accreditation standards?
Yes, what happens is the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia, which is the kind of the peak body, the registering body for nursing and midwifery in Australia, prepare these standards for practice. So, and they review those on a regular schedule. So the last set were for nursing were 2016. And then following that, ANMAC makes accreditation standards in order to prepare graduates of programs to meet the standards for practice. So standards for practice first, followed by the accreditation standards. And so that's the relationship. The education programs prepares the graduate.
Mm-hmm. And is it fair to say that neither the standards for practice or the accreditation standards for either group in the nursing profession, that is enrolled nurses and registered nurses, refer specifically to disability in the standards?
Yes, that's correct. They don't. The standards for practice are very broad, and they cover things like communication and assessment and allowing autonomy of decision making and involving families and carers, and all those very broad statements. But you're correct. They don't refer specifically to any population.
There's one exception to that, isn't there? And that is Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples. And the accreditation standards require curricula to incorporate that content.
Yes.
A lot of flexibility is given to the education providers to determine their own curricula.
Yes. This is for Bachelor of Nursing programs leading to a registered nurse. The university can see what the standards for practice are and really largely make up their own minds about the flavour of education that will lead to that. However, that's not the case in the vet sector, where the enrolled nurses come from. So the diploma of nursing is governed by a national training package, which has got core units in it and electives, and so it's very specific. And so every enrolled nurse around the country will have basically done the same program, give or take what the elective would be. And the disability is included. I actually thought you might ask that. So I did look up and I can see that in the core units, there is, I won't read out the number now, but there is one of the units specifically, it's called Work with Diverse People, and specifically it refers to working and learning about how to care for people with a disability. So that's in the enrolled nurse sphere.
And that's in the mandatory part of the training package for enrolled nurses.
And I would imagine, I haven't looked up the content of all of those, but I have a very strong feeling that it's because there are other units that I think it comes up with as well. So, and it is very specific. It's quite prescriptive, actually.
And every person who qualifies as an enrolled nurse receives that training package. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Because the ANMAC accreditation standards for the enrolled nurse, one of the standards is that the program is derived from the training package. So that's how those two things are linked.
In terms of registered nurses, do you think the accreditation standards and the standards for practice give too much discretion presently to education providers, which means, two parts to my question, that disability content is not sufficiently covered across the board? The audit seems to suggest that might be the case.
Yes, I think we've just published in 2019 the latest version of the ANMAC accreditation standards for registered nurses, and in that I think we've done better. But one of the things that guides the making of standards is this idea of right touch regulation, where they're outcome focused rather than input focused, and that direction has come from the review of the NRAS review, which said you shouldn't be prescriptive. You should you have a kind of broad statement about what a program should have, and then the provider has to match that. And I think we, if I can just read this bit out from, so this is, and it is in my statement, but in the Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards 2019, which is the latest sort of hot from the press version, says the program's content and subject learning outcomes embed principles of diversity, culture, inclusion, and cultural safety for all people. And what we did in these standards is because that's so broad and doesn't give much direction, we as ANMAC have been very prescriptive really in what we want to see as evidence. So we've made an essential evidence document, and in that document we've made templates where an education provider, when showing us their program for accreditation, must map where all elements of this come into each of their units of competency, into their assessments, and in the expected outcomes. And if I can just refer to Flinders, which has recently undergone accreditation, I just checked to see what was in theirs, and they had very nicely, I thought, in their mapping documents had shown us exactly where disability was in their program, because they, for 3.7, which is that one I've just read out. So I haven't checked across the board, but my feeling is that the new standards will drill down much more into what this diversity means. It means caring for, because person-centered care is the core of nursing, and it's for every person, and so people with disability make up every person, that definition.
Does the ANMAC essential evidence document refer to content on cognitive disability?
No, it doesn't. It says what they must do is include a definition and explanation of what cultural diversity and cultural safety principles are and how that translates into subject learning outcomes. And that's where we would see that when the submission comes forward from an education provider, we would see what they consider to be cultural diversity. And then the content mapping template, which I referred to before, has subject learning outcomes and program content with examples, preparing to practice cultural safety and work with people from diverse backgrounds. But we don't mention, I must admit, we don't mention cognitive disability, though we give some examples. And this document can be changed at any time because it's a working document. So
can I just be clear as to which document you're talking about? Maybe Ms. Wright can help me.
So I'm talking about the Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards 2019.
Which are at tab 11.
I have that,
tab
and
11.
section 4 of that document has the Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards. Is that what we're talking about?
I believe it's at page 16, Commissioner. Was it standard 3.7, Dr. Gatling, that you're referring to, under standard 3 relating to programs of study?
Yes, and you might not have with, there's an accompanying document, which is the essential evidence. And that's where I'm talking about the templates where this would be stepped out by an education provider, but you might not have that.
In that essential evidence document, does it refer to people with disability or people from diverse backgrounds?
Diverse backgrounds. It's not specific to people with a disability.
I take it you would agree with me that if one reads section 4, Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards, it really contains nothing about people with disability, at least a reader could discern from that, other than a very general statement about the importance of understanding diversity.
I'm sorry, I don't. Which is section 4?
I think it's the one you're referring to, starting on page 14 of the document that goes through to page 17, and it contains 5 standards. And the paragraph you were referring to, as I understand it, was paragraph 3.7.
Right.
Is that right, Dr. Gatling?
Am I right?
Well, we usually just refer to the 5 standards, but I agree with you. If it says section 4 somewhere, then I'd say you're right.
The document, Dr. Gatling, Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards 2019, at page 14 has a heading with a 4, Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards, and the standards then follow that under that heading. I think that's where the 4 comes
point
from.
taken. Thank you.
But do you agree with the Chair's comment that the standards overall do not contain any reference to disability specifically?
Yep, totally. Agree.
Were they standards you said could be changed, or was it another document you said could be easily changed?
Changing the standards is quite the standards themselves is a bit of a mission, because they have to have widespread stakeholder consultation and stuff. But the essential evidence, which is what I was referring to, where we say what ANMAC accreditation teams need to look at to see if an education provider's submission has met the standards, that can be, and that's the purpose of it, we thought, was that when there were changes in legislation or changes in thinking or royal commissions like this, we can add bits to that, because it doesn't change what the standard is, which says look after diverse, people with from diverse backgrounds. We can then ask, saying about the diverse background, which is someone with a cognitive or other disability, where's that in your program?
Probably it comes within inclusion, doesn't it? If you include all people.
Absolutely.
It's not so much diversity of background, which usually refers to people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, but actually including everyone, including those people with disability, even though you don't actually mention people with disability.
Yes, well, yes, all that's definitely possible in the, and it's, desirable if there is, as it seems there is, a need for that.
And if ANMAC considered it to be of sufficient importance to include an evidentiary requirement in the essential evidence document, then ANMAC would in theory support a revision to the standards themselves to refer to disability. Does that follow?
Yes, ANMAC, what the guiding sort of principle for ANMAC is safety of the public. And if there's an area where it seems like these standards are not providing safety for the public, then obviously we would, the NMBA would ask us to do that, because they are the overarching body, and we could put that in train. The ANMAC just wants to have nurses who are safe to practice for all people.
The accreditation standards themselves are ultimately approved by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I just wanted to ask you about one amendment which was made in 2018, and that was to amend the Registered Nurse Accreditation Standards to include reference to mental health for the first time. Is that right?
Yes. Well, that's interesting. It was the standards have always talked about national health priorities, and this time, and though mental health and aged care, because that's mentioned as well, our health are in those priorities. It's the first time we've actually said including mental health and things.
I see. So the standard you're referring to is 3.5B, which requires nursing programs of study to include knowledge about regional and national health priorities.
Yes.
Where does ANMAC find the national and regional health priorities?
They're published by the government, by sort of the department. I think it's probably the Department of Health, publish those, and the Bureau of Statistics refers to them. They include things like chronic health conditions, cardio conditions, stroke, mental health, things like that. Disability isn't in them at this time.
So to your knowledge, cognitive disability is not a national priority, but that was the pathway for including in these standards a reference to mental health.
Yes.
Did that lead to change in universities' curricula, or was it already happening?
Actually, it was already happening. We looked at all programs. Every single university had a unit on mental health in their program already.
May I ask a question? Thank you. So in your accreditation standard, standard 3 is the one that deals with diversity. That's 3.7?
Oh, yes, yes.
And then if you go to the essential evidence document, you deal with 3.7 pretty briefly, fairly briefly, including you say that examples of diverse backgrounds are ethnicity, sexual identity, and religion. So even when you give the examples in the evidence document, you don't refer to disability at all, let alone cognitive disability. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. But we could.
You could, yes.
Yeah.
But you don't.
We should, yeah.
Indeed. Thank you.
There is, in fact, one reference to impairments that one can discover under Standard 1.6. The education provider, this is in the accreditation standards, not the essential evidence document. 1.6 says the education provider has to have in place processes to manage students with identified impairments that may place the public at risk. So the only reference to impairments is the possibility that someone, a student with impairment, might create a risk to patients.
Yes, that's right.
Perhaps some careful reassessment might be very sensible.
Professor Wilson, you've said that Panda's position is that there should be a national approach to mandatory education and training in intellectual disability, specific content for all healthcare professionals. Now that obviously includes the nursing profession.
Of course, nurses are the largest part of the entire health workforce.
And have the greatest contact with people in the health sphere.
That's correct. Where allied health professionals and doctors may spend 5 or 10 minutes with a patient, a nurse will be spending their entire shift with a patient, yes.
How would such a national approach to mandatory education and training be achieved in your view?
Well, I think number one, it needs to be something that's mandated. It needs to come from ANMAC. It needs to be mandated in the ANMAC standards, because the schools of nursing will not put content. They literally follow that ANMAC framework when they put their curricula together. I think that focusing on vulnerable populations or marginalised populations is fraught with difficulty. I think that it is far more sensible and logical to focus on health disparities. And so, for example, you know, who is a vulnerable population might require a values judgment, whereas if you're looking at who has disparate health outcomes is grounded in the research data, which Julian Troller and a whole bunch of others have been reporting. Hence, why the health needs of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders have been included in the ANMAC standards, because of their health disparities. So I think that, you know, using vulnerable or marginalised is fraught with difficulty. I also think that using a broad descriptor of cognitive disability is also fraught with difficulty, because cognitive disability also includes people with acquired brain injury, people with dementia, people with neurodegenerative disorders, stroke, and so on. And so people with intellectual and developmental disability, it's a lifelong impairment, and the sorts of issues that they face are very, very different. The types of, the way that you might communicate with someone with intellectual and developmental disabilities is also very, very different to, say, someone with brain injury or a transient cognitive impairment, where, for example, issues such as memory, attention, or mood might be the primary issues. For people with intellectual and developmental disability, it would be very, very different. So I think that they're two critical issues that Panda believes would need to be absolutely clear, that it would need to be mandated around intellectual and developmental disability and not a broad, de-differentiated cognitive disability. So I think that if it was mandated by ANMAC, then the schools of nursing would include it in their curriculum, just as they have done with the health of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders. And I think that also an assumption that intellectual and developmental disability is a part of cultural and identity and diversity, that's also fraught with difficulty, because I wouldn't say that most Australians would think that intellectual disability is part of someone's cultural diversity.
It's also placing a burden on those general principles which to generate content in an educational setting, which is
and that's correct. And as Dr. Gatling mentioned earlier, that basically schools of nursing can put, you know, it's fairly open in terms of what they include in their content. And so if you say in the ANMAC standards that there needs to be a focus on vulnerable populations, then one school of nursing might focus on the homeless, because that might be an area of academics' expertise. Another school of nursing might focus on sex workers or, you know, injecting drug users. Another school might focus on men from rural areas who are committing suicide at, you know, high rates. And so it's open to interpretation as to who's vulnerable and when.
So, Associate Professor Wilson, if I can just throw you a curveball on the cognitive disability question. What about people with autism or autism spectrum disorder that can be included in the broad generalisation of cognitive disability, don't fall neatly within intellectual or developmental disability, or the others that you mentioned? Should they be included in this regime?
Yes, absolutely. So when I refer to people with intellectual and developmental disability, you can have a developmental disability such as autism, but it doesn't mean you have intellectual disability. However, intellectual disability is a developmental disability. The difference being that we're talking about something that's across the lifespan. We're not talking about something where you acquire a disability when you're 45 and have had a car accident and now have a brain injury, or you're 52 and suddenly had a stroke.
Professor Wilson, you received with Professor Cashin a grant from the NDIS.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Professor Wilson, you've received a grant from the NDIS from Professor Cashin with Professor Cashin to building the capacity of nurses to deliver mainstream hospital and community-based health services to people with intellectual disability and autism spectrum disorder. I've got 3 questions in relation to the evidence that you provided at paragraph 39 onwards. Firstly, are you also looking at the settings in which those people might live? You've heard that people with a cognitive disability have poor outcomes, but we've also heard that they're even poorer if they live in group homes. The second question goes to that you're hoping that nurses might voluntarily take this up, and that you're approaching networks that they might do this additional online work. And secondly, is this one way and one type of investment that is needed to continue to improve nurses' ongoing continuous training and understanding of changing issues in this area.
Okay, so in answer to your first question, in terms of the diverse settings that people with intellectual and developmental disability might live, we don't envisage we're going to include content on that. This is when someone with intellectual and developmental disability presents into the primary or tertiary health system where nurses are already working. So whether it's the emergency department, a GP clinic, or an outpatients clinic. So these are nurses that are out there, that they've done their training, they're working as nurses in these mainstream environments. So in terms of where people live, we may include some content because the project's only 6 months old. It's a 3-year project and we're writing the content at the moment. So we may include some descriptive content that might, you know, describe how there are different outcomes depending upon the context that a person lives. However, it's about how do nurses who have a patient with intellectual disability or autism on their shift, how do they then better work with that person? So that's the focus of the research project. The second point around the voluntary nature, yes, we hope that because we're offering the carrot of continual professional development opportunities, so all nurses have to, when they renew their registration every single year, need to make a declaration that they have undertaken continuing professional development, or CPD. So by offering free online CPD opportunities, and also by networking with our partners, who is the College of Emergency Nurses, the College of Critical Care Nurses, the Primary Nurses Association, and the Australian and Nursing Midwifery Federation, we're hoping that we will utilise their networks to reach out to several 100,000 Australian nurses. And we are hoping to entice them with free CPD opportunities. The third point, you're going to have to remind me what the question was, sorry.
The third point was it, do you think that more of this type of investment, as part of ongoing professional development, because the nature and issues are emerging and changing, is this what needs to be continually invested in on a regular basis?
So I guess a couple of things. The first is that this is remedial work, because there are many nurses over many years who have never learnt anything about intellectual disability and autism. And the research data about nurses that work in mainstream health settings are that they struggle to communicate with people with intellectual disability and autism, and they struggle to understand how to work effectively with families and other carers. And so it is remedial, I guess, in that sense. Going forward, I guess let's imagine that we have a national workforce that have undergone mandatory training as a part of their undergraduate program. Then training like this could still be offered for nurses who maybe are still interested in learning more about intellectual and developmental disability. So, for example, if you're a nurse working on a neurology ward, you are probably more likely to encounter patients with intellectual and developmental disability than, say, if you're a nurse working in the antenatal clinic, for argument's sake. And so therefore, if you are exposed to more people with intellectual disability in your day-to-day practice, you will then potentially want to know more. The final piece of the jigsaw puzzle that's also currently missing in Australia is that there's currently no nurse-specific postgraduate program for nurses who want to specialise in working with people with intellectual and developmental disability. And so in terms of building the capacity of these nurses that do work in this area currently, there's a gap there.
That's precisely the question I wanted to ask, taking it back a step. assume I am enrolled in a course or wish to be enrolled in a course and I wish to be a nurse specialising in caring for people with intellectual disability, what do I do?
Well, there are a very small number of postgraduate courses that are badged around disability and inclusion. They, for example, Deakin University offers one, Melbourne University offers one. They are more rights-based postgraduate programs. They're not health-based and they're not nurse-specific. So if you were a nurse that wanted to specialise in this area, there is nothing at the moment that specifically caters for you. So it is a real limit for those nurses that want to specialise in this area. They would potentially enrol in a generic Masters of Nursing Leadership, for example, and then may choose to do some of their assessment tasks specific to people with intellectual disability. But in terms of, learning much more, for example, about, many of the genetic causes of intellectual disability, understanding how certain genetic disorders predispose people to a certain range of health problems, that can also be kind of predictable at various points in the lifespan. That needs to be a postgraduate program that's very health and very nurse specific, as opposed to being based in human rights.
So there are no courses of that description currently offered, I take it from what you say.
No, there's not. No, not in Australia.
And can I ask another question, please, about the undergraduate courses? Am I right in assuming that there's very little choice of subjects in undergraduate nurse degrees?
Well, I think if you were a prospective student, looking at a range of different universities, you could go on their websites, and certainly different universities offer different flavours of undergraduate programs, and you might see one that you might feel would appeal more to you than another. I don't know that there's many students that undergo that decision-making process.
No, I'm more concerned with once you're in a course, I take it that there's not much choice of subjects within that course.
No, you undertake what is prescribed, but there is the opportunity for a small number of elective units of study, and then that depends upon what the university offers also.
Thank you.
An Associate Professor Wilson, looking at it from the nurse's point of view, if you're a registered nurse or a recently graduated student and you've had no training at all in how to properly care for people with intellectual disability or autism, it must be very stressful in the workplace trying to learn just from your own devices how to do those things properly.
Absolutely, yes. And that's what the research data points to as well, that nurses struggle in this area. Yes.
Professor Wilson, do you consider that your project, developing a training package to build capacity of nurses in practice to deliver care to this patient population, could contribute to the development of a competency framework? You've said there should be a national approach to mandatory education, and Councillor Sisting have put forward as a proposition number 1 in the document that I think you've received, that there be a competency framework developed which identifies the capabilities that should be taught by education providers.
Yes.
Do you think your work developing content for nurses in practice could contribute to that framework?
I believe it would contribute to that, but it would only be one piece of the puzzle. So I certainly think that, that's, myself and Professor Andrew Cashin as academics who are leading that project would have a certain point of view. PANDA, who's the Professional Association of Nurses in Developmental Disabilities, would obviously, like to have a seat at the table. People like Julian Troller, but also most importantly, people like Corey, who you heard from earlier on, and people like Virginia Howie, who you are going to hear from tomorrow, who is a parent of someone with intellectual disabilities. So I think it should be an approach that doesn't just rely upon so-called experts.
And I saw you nodding, Professor Brebner. You agree that people with cognitive disability should be included in the design of content that is taught?
Yes, absolutely agree. Those people with lived experience of disability themselves have expertise and knowledge of the experience and should be an equal partners in the process of co-designing a framework.
Ms. Edwards, I just have one more question for you. Do you agree that there's no reason to believe that the 50% of nursing schools that were not audited by Professor Troller and his colleagues perform any better than those that were audited in relation to healthcare of people with cognitive disability? Sorry, I think you'll have to change your setting.
Sorry, no, I don't believe there is. If they didn't answer the audit and provide that information, then there's no reason to believe that they do any better.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Sorry, I should say, for the sake of completeness, I mentioned the stress on the nurse. I can't imagine what stress it puts on the patient if a nurse with no training is trying to care for a person with intellectual disability and autism. It's stressful for the nurse, but it must be even more stressful for the patient. And I can't imagine that leads to a good outcome for anyone. Does anyone want to comment on that?
Well, the only thing that I would add to that is, and their family, their parents, when they're not being listened to and they can see mistakes being made, yes.
Thanks.
Commissioner Atkinson, do you have any further questions?
No, thank you.
Commissioner Bennett?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wilson, Professor Brebner, Ms. Edwards, Dr. Gatling, for coming and giving evidence. It's been a very instructive session, and I do hope that in due course it will lead to some useful outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been suggested that we adjourn to prepare the next panel until 2:45, if that's convenient.
That's putting it in a very passive voice. Since it has been suggested, it is determined that we shall.
Not by myself.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned. The Royal Commission is now resumed.
Yes, Ms. Eastman.
Thank you, Commissioners. And we come to the final panel for today, and we have 4 participants on the panel. Dr. Dinesh Palapana, who you may recall gave evidence to the Royal Commission as part of the public hearing 5 concerning COVID-19 and the impact on people with disability, will join us. Ms. Diane Waters, who I can see in the corner there, is the Deputy CEO of the Australian Medical Council, and she has prepared a statement for you, Commissioners. You'll find that in Tender Bundle A behind tab 61, so it's volume 2 of Tender Bundle A. Then I can see Professor Richard Murray. I might just ask you to signal so the Commissioners know,
Yes.
who is appearing for Medical Deans of Australia and New Zealand, and a copy of the Medical Dean's statement you'll find behind tab 53 of the Tender Bundle Part A in Volume 1. It's the final document in that folder. And Dr. Inam Haq, who I can see in the corner, who is the Associate Dean Education at the Faculty of Medicine and Health at the University of Sydney. And a copy of his statement is at tabs 14 and 15 of Tender Bundle A in Volume 1. Now, this panel is going to focus on 3 of the propositions, Proposition 1, 6 and 8. And I might just ask that those propositions come up onto the screen. Proposition 1, Commissioners, you've heard some discussion of during the course of the evidence today. And Proposition 1 is under the heading Competency Framework. And you'll see that as Council Assisting, we've advanced 4 parts to that proposition. So first, a competency framework for health professionals should be developed promptly, including for medical practitioners, nurses, dentists, clinical pharmacists, psychologists, and relevant allied health professionals. So that's the competency framework. And then secondly, to develop a competency framework, there should be consultation with people with disability and a range of stakeholders. So that's the consultation aspect. Thirdly, that the competency framework should specify core knowledge, skills and attributes required by health professionals to equip them to provide quality healthcare to people with cognitive disability. And then the fourth part is a suggestion that the competency framework contain guidance on 4 particular areas, which you'll see set out on the screen there. That's fundamentals within all training and education, education at different levels, education that is tiered to specificity and complexity, and where to find teaching resources. Now, relevant to proposition 1, the 2 other propositions that we want to focus on with the panel this afternoon are propositions 6 and 8. So can I just ask that those propositions come up? If we look at proposition 6 first, the focus here is on university and vocational education, and this is curricular review and reform. And you'll see that what we have proposed is that the curriculum developers should review and revise curricula for primary medical programs, and that should enhance or incorporate content concerning the healthcare of people with cognitive disability. And we've made some suggestions if a competency framework is developed. And then proposition 8 comes to the accreditation standards. And our proposition is that accreditation authorities should review and revise the standards to ensure minimum competency in providing healthcare with people with cognitive disability, to ensure that they're adequately addressed. So those are the propositions that I want to explore with our witnesses this afternoon.
Just before you do that, could I please thank those who've come along this afternoon, Ms Walters, Professor Murray, Professor Huck and Dr Pelopana. I think we should congratulate Dr Pelopana, who has been named, as I understand it, Queenslander of the Year.
You've stolen my thunder. I was saving that up in my introduction.
Yes, well, I'm accustomed to doing that and will continue to do it as long as the Commission lasts. In any event, congratulations, Dr Pelopana, and thank you also for the help you've been giving this Royal Commission, which we greatly appreciate.
Thank you so much.
I want to start just by providing a short overview and summary of the evidence that has been provided by the witnesses participating in the panel this afternoon. I may not do justice in the summary to the very extensive and detailed statements that have been provided. But let me start with the Australian Medical Council. It is the accreditation authority for medical education and training. It sets accreditation standards for medical degrees and assesses medical schools and degrees against those standards. The AMC has accreditation standards for both university level education and for specialist programs of the colleges. We'll explore tomorrow the colleges. Our focus at the present time is on the universities. Now, the standards are then approved by the Medical Board of Australia. Looking at the accreditation standards, other than a reference to medical students with disability, there is no reference to people with cognitive disability in the accreditation standards. And as we saw on the previous panel, nursing has its own accreditation standards, and each profession expresses its accreditation standards differently. The Department of Developmental Disability Neuropsychiatry at the University of New South Wales has recommended minimum capacities in intellectual disability knowledge and skills should be included in any future revisions of accreditation standards for medical practitioners. And you'll find a copy of that article in Tender Bundle Part B behind tab 26. If this recommendation was accepted, it would have the effect of mandating curriculum changes by education providers. This morning you heard from Dr. Jane Tracy, and she gave evidence, but in addition to her oral evidence, she has also provided to the Royal Commission an article in which she argues that accreditation and regulatory organisations should mandate universal medical education in the area of cognitive disability. And a copy of that you'll find in Tender Bundle B behind tab 41, and the specific recommendation is made at page 28. Dr. Tracy considers that without these bodies being on board, the system will remain where it is, and that is that cognitive disability content is either not included or it can be easily dropped out of curriculum depending on other priorities. So we have this afternoon the opportunity to hear from Medical Deans Australia and New Zealand. It comprises all of the 22 universities in Australia and New Zealand who have an accredited medical program for professional entry-level medical education, training and research. As I read their statement, this peak body does not support taking a mandatory approach to defining curriculum in this area. But we do know that medical deans and their members play a key role in facilitating collaboration across medical schools and other stakeholders in medical education and training. You have a copy of the Medical Dean's statement. As I said, that's tab 53 in Tender Bundle A Part 1. And the Medical Deans state that accreditation standards and its own strategic plan are focused on high level and not on particular patient populations or group, and therefore do not specifically refer to the teaching of healthcare for people with cognitive disability. There's one exception in terms of identifying a particular population, and that is in the area of Indigenous health. And it's relevant to note that it was the medical deans who led the development of the first Indigenous health curriculum framework back in 2004. The medical deans, as I understand it, will tell you that medical graduates are still in an early stage of their careers, and the focus should be on teaching the core elements of patient-centred care and socially accountable practice. And the medical deans refer to the pressures on medical school curricula to constantly increase the time and focus specific topics. And I want to explore that issue this afternoon. So the question for this panel is, if there is to be a change in the curricula of medical schools across Australia, how can this be done? What can be done? And if there's not to be a change, what are the alternative ways to enhance education content and increase consistency in teaching across Australia to better support health outcomes for people with cognitive disability? We know some universities recognise the need for a greater and deeper focus on vulnerable patient groups, and I'm going to ask Professor Huck in due course about his statement, which identifies the approaches taken at the University of Sydney, and as I understand it, an acknowledgement that more could be done to enhance content in relation to people with cognitive disability. But before I start, I want to take you back to some evidence that you heard at the hearing in Homebush in February. And you may recall the evidence of Tara Iliff, and I'll replay some of her evidence now.
Pleasure. One day in 2018, I was feeling unwell. and had a pain in my stomach. I went to the GP with my father, but it wasn't my usual GP. This doctor asked me how my pain was, and I was feeling gentle. The doctor told me to go to the hospital. I went to the hospital with my dad. When I got to the hospital, I was a lot of pain. I had to sit outside it for about 10 minutes before I went in to see the doctor who saw me. I had blood test, x-ray and scans. I was a lot of different doctors. I felt like a yo-yo going for the test.
Okay. So do you want to keep reading? If you want to change your mind, just let me know.
I keep reading.
Keep reading? Okay.
My head was exploding from all the noise and different people. It was building and crashing down on me. My stomach was in so much pain. It was like a jackhammer was in my stomach. The big doctor came in to tell me that I was ready to go home. This didn't look at me at all. He just looked at my dad and said, "What's her problem?" Mom asked me to point on her back where the pain was. I pointed to her shoulder. Then the doctor ordered another ultrasound. The lady who did my ultrasound was good. She explained what she was going to do and said sorry if it hurts. I had an operation the next day. After the operation, I was in hospital for what I felt like ages. It took a bloody long time to get home. Every morning in the hospital, I would wake up at about 4:00 a.m. in the morning because I was in pain. I would call out to Mom, "I need painkillers now." I was hurting again. I had to press the button to call the nurse, but she would not give me medication. I needed my mom and my dad to be there to help to get the painkillers and feel safe. I was in pain, just wanted to go home. I don't even want to go back to a hospital again.
Okay. So just stopping there for a minute. You have thought about what doctors and hospitals can do better. Yep.
Yes.
And you've written down what you would like to say about that. Do you want to read that part as well?
Yes, please.
All right. So number 50.
I have a lot of things that I think doctors and hospitals can do better. Listen carefully to people with disabilities. Ask simple questions. Use pictures to help people understand. Answering people's questions. Talk to me and not my parents. Have documents in easy read. Also, think doctors and nurses should have disability training. Any disability training would be good, and to have people with a disability doing the same of the training. Mum has worked in hospital.
So I have been to hospital before, but some people have never been to the hospital. It would be good if people with disability could have a tour in the hospital when they are well.
Right, and then over the page, one more bit to read.
Thank you. If people with a disability can have a tour of a hospital, they would know what to expect if had to go to the hospital in emergency one day.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I check? Is there anything?
Thank you again to Tara Eilef for sharing her account and replaying that. All right, Dr. Palapana, can I start with you? You are now a senior resident working in a busy emergency department in a hospital in Queensland.
Yes, Senior Counsel.
And you can bring a unique perspective on the training and education of medical practitioners and health professions as a person with lived experience with disability.
Yes, and I must apologise for my background and environment if it's a bit noisy. The timing
Some of it's actually quite entertaining.
Oh, well, thank you.
So you're currently a senior house doctor working in emergency at the Gold Coast Hospital, and you've worked in this service since you started your career as a medical practitioner in about January 2017.
Yes, that's correct, Senior Counsel.
And you're also a lecturer and a researcher at the Griffith University and Menzies Health Institute of Queensland, respectively.
Yes,
And you hold a Doctor of Medicine from Griffith University.
I do.
Now, for reasons I won't ask you to explain, but you also hold a Bachelor of Laws from Queensland University of Technology, and a couple of months ago you were admitted as a legal practitioner in the Supreme Court of Queensland.
I was Senior Counsel.
Right. Now, you're also an ambassador for Physical Disability Australia.
That's correct.
You're a member of the Inclusive Workplace Committee for Commonwealth Treasury.
Yes.
You're a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Perry-Cross Spinal Research Foundation.
That is correct.
And again, for reasons I won't ask you, you're the doctor for the Gold Coast Titans Physical Disability Rugby League team. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you were nominated and awarded Queenslander of the Year this year.
I was very humbled to have been, yes.
Now, you've also done some work with Medical Deans Australia, and as I understand it, you have been part of a working group to develop a consultation paper on inclusive medical education, guidance on medical program applicants and students with disability, and the consultation paper was published in November this year.
That's correct.
Now, you wanted to make it clear that any views that you discuss in the course of your evidence today don't represent any of the organisations to which I've referred, but they're based on your personal views and experience. Is that right?
They are Senior Counsel.
Okay, so let me start. How much of your training, your education as an undergraduate involved learning about people with cognitive disability?
It was minimal, Senior Counsel. We learned about the medical aspects of some of the conditions such as Down syndrome, but due to the depth and breadth of the medical curriculum, specific training around caring for patients with disabilities was minimal.
Have you had any training on the job over the past few years that you've worked in the emergency department?
I have not.
Have you had occasion to treat any patient coming into emergency who's presented with an intellectual disability or cognitive disability?
I have, Senior Counsel. We frequently treat patients with cognitive and intellectual disabilities in our department. And over my time, I have I have had the privilege of treating many patients with such disabilities.
So have you had to adapt the way in which you communicate with those patients, or explain concepts that allow the patients to give consent to particular medical procedures? And if so, what have you had to do?
Yes, I think it's a very tricky situation, because when you normally treat a patient, gaining the history is one of the most important parts, and taking a comprehensive and detailed history about their presenting issue helps guide the remaining treatment and investigations that you'll carry out. So in the event that a person is unable to clearly explain what kind of pain they're having or what kind of symptoms that they've been having, it makes the rest of the consultation complex. And there are some critical questions that you sometimes need to ask that might really change the course of management. So I think one of the most complicated parts of it has been to make sure that we are getting the right history, and a detailed history that points towards a problem, or at least allows us to exclude any life-threatening issues that might be occurring. And this has certainly been, sorry.
Many witnesses have told us at previous hearings that in an emergency department, the doctors might not speak to them, but speak to their parents or their carers. And has that been your experience in being able to take a history?
I suppose my approach has been colored by my own experiences as a patient. But I often will talk to the patient first, and then with their permission, and if they are happy, I would talk to their caregiver or the parent as well, to gain additional information about what brings them there. You know, even me as a previously a medical student and as a medical graduate, I've had instances where I've had difficulty navigating the medical system myself, but I've had the privilege of being health literate, so I've been able to get about things the right way. But certainly there are instances where you can be treated a little bit differently by virtue of having a physical or cognitive disability.
All right, thank you for that perspective. I'll come back to you in a moment. Commissioners, I omitted to say that before coming into the hearing room, that all of our witnesses have given their oaths or affirmations. So I want to introduce and come to the other members of the panel. Professor Murray, can I start with you? So you are Richard Murray.
Yes, that's correct.
And you're the Acting Deputy Vice-Chancellor in the Division of Tropical Health and Medicine at James Cook University, Townsville.
That is correct.
And you're the President of Medical Deans Australia and New Zealand.
That's correct.
And so you're speaking on behalf of the medical deans of the 22 universities that conduct undergraduate or immediate graduate medical programs in Australia and New Zealand.
Yes, that's the case.
Right, can you tell us a little bit about what Medical Deans is and what it does, and what are the objectives of the Deans having this organisation?
I guess a community of practice amongst health professional entry-level programs is common, and certainly Medical Deans previously first established as the committee of Council of Dean of Medical Schools, Deans of Medical Schools, is a common arrangement. And I guess the value in that comes from being able to connect a community of practice across various things, not least of which is the continuously evolving art and science of health professional education. I suppose that there is development that's to do, or standards, if you like, of medical education that is about meeting a minimum standard. For instance, that which you would expect coming out of an accreditation system assuring a minimum standard. I guess in relation to medical education and training, creating a connection amongst medical programs so that there can be a continuous learning, exchange and development of the art and sciences, I say, of producing entry-level doctors is really what that component is about. Now, there are other points of interest too, including around how we might advance for instance, the conduct of which amongst medical schools, the development of a cadre of workforce, for instance, clinical academics to be staff in medical education. But certainly central to it all, I think, is a collaboration around the practice of medical education, curriculum, assessment, particular population groups, whatever it might be.
And the medical deans have, as you've said in the statement, 9 specific objectives. And one of those objectives is to provide leadership in medical education, research excellence and advocacy. Is that advocacy around better outcomes of medical education? What does that entail?
Yes, that's right. I suppose speaking for and on behalf of the collective of medical schools across Australia and New Zealand in advancing, as I say, the practice of medical education and strengthening that. I think, you know, as, by way of example, for instance, over the period of my association, a very strong movement has been around greater awareness of the special responsibility of medical schools as the monopoly providers, really, of medical education and the next generation of doctors, to have an accountability to society, so-called social accountability, and how we might better reflect that mandate to align teaching, service and research to the priority needs of communities and in partnership with communities. So those notions, for instance, have been an area of development and advocacy for medical deans.
Well, I've just mentioned a little earlier the recent consultation paper published by medical deans on inclusive medical education. Now, while that does not focus on patients and the care of people with cognitive disability, I mean, this is quite a significant step, isn't it, for the medical deans to really say, we need to have a cohort of medical practitioners who may also be people with lived experience of disability. But if we're going to do that, we need to find ways of ensuring that medical practitioners with disability can practice safely, but at the same time a recognition that medical schools have to make adjustments to enable doctors with disability to be part of the future workforce. So Dr. Palapano, I think, has been part of that consultative group, and he brings that perspective of a young doctor with lived experience of disability. What was it that really triggered the medical deans to look at the cohort of doctors and say, we need to find a way of creating more inclusive programs to have doctors with disability? And then I'll come to the other issues around accreditation and patients with cognitive disability. But can I just start with that? I'll be interested in your perspective. And then Professor Huck, I might ask you whether from the University of Sydney, you have a perspective on this proposal.
So look, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I think it comes from a broadly held view amongst the leaders of medical schools to see a greater, I guess, broadening of participation from a wider cross-section of society in the opportunity to become medical practitioners. In Australia and New Zealand, as in most of the world, those who manage to get into generally a highly contested process to enter medical school tend to be predominantly from metropolitan locations, for instance, predominantly from affluent and professional backgrounds, predominantly exceptionally high achieving in their prior education, often historically in secondary school. And as such, whilst all the terribly admirable people, as such, often not really a mirror on society. So the whole question of being able to have a breadth of participation as part of a sort of a social obligation really for medical schools is really the driver. That's one. The other is, I guess, individual medical schools dealing with, through their admissions processes, requests for consideration or exceptions around various sorts of disability, and the need, real recognition of the need really for providing some sort of guidance, advice, or a framework to maximise participation. Clearly, that can't be open-ended. But to try and frame that in a way that, if you like, maximising the opportunity to enable participation by people who may be living with various sorts of disability was the intention. And so it's a resource really for the community of practice, developed within the community of practice and in partnership with various individuals and agencies, so as it's some sort of a guidance to good practice, I suppose, in enabling and broadening participation. But as I say, it is part of a broader piece, which is about maximising opportunities for broad participation from across various strata in society in the opportunity to become the doctors of the future.
Isn't that something that the University of Newcastle did many years ago? That is to say, broaden their admissions policy along the lines you've just referred to?
Indeed, and look, my colleagues at Newcastle really, when I think established in the late 70s, 78, I think, were very keen, for instance, on admission through interview, as well as on scholastic criteria, and were able to undertake work to demonstrate that wasn't a problem in relation to subsequent academic achievement. And indeed, if you look around, and at James Cook University perhaps is another example where there's a particular emphasis on enabling participation for those who have had a rural and remote background and often educational disadvantage as a result, and also special admission arrangements for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander students. So there is again a quite diverse practice around the country. That's perhaps a bit of a theme, but a learning community of practice, I'd say, in relation to broadening participation.
Professor Huck, can I bring you in at this point? The commissioners have a copy of your detailed CV, but for those following this particular public hearing, you are the Associate Dean Education in the Faculty of Medicine and Health at the University of Sydney. Correct. And it's a role that you've held since August 2018. Correct. And before that, you have worked as a co-director of the Sydney Medical Program, and you are yourself a medical practitioner.
That's right, a rheumatologist.
All right. Now, we've had a few, it's the day of the rheumatologist, I think, today. We've had, so you've, it's the highest number of medical practitioners today. We'll see how we go tomorrow. Let me come back to Sydney University. Yes. Its admission policy has changed over time, has it not, from an undergraduate course into a graduate course? Yes. To what extent has there been consideration of applicants to join that program as people with disability? Has that been at the forefront of what Sydney University has done?
So I think, particularly with regards to medicine, if I'm right and that's what you're asking, I think absolutely agree with Professor Murray that we want to broaden the diversity of our intake so that it reflects the community that our graduates will go and serve in the future, either in whichever part of this country or indeed abroad, as we have students coming in internationally as well. We have participated in university-wide broadening access schemes for school entries, entry students from economically disadvantaged areas, and also with access schemes for those from Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander origin. We do receive applications from students with different types of disabilities, absolutely. And we will look at those on an individual basis in discussion with them, and looking at the requirements of the degree and their particular circumstances and make decisions accordingly. So I think absolutely we would welcome applications from anyone, absolutely. And we would look at each individual distinctly based on their circumstances.
Now, Professor Murray, I want to ask you about a part of your statement. This is page 6, where you say there is currently no specific requirements regarding cognitive disability health content for medical school curricula. And you say on page 7 that we question whether a mandatory approach to defining curriculum elements is most effective. Am I right in understanding your statement that the medical deans would not be supportive of mandatory curriculum content that covered the healthcare for people with cognitive disability being included in the curriculum?
That is correct, but it needs a little nuancing, I think. What I would say is that medical curricula are inevitably, and particularly with the trends to shortening of medical courses from the traditional 6-year models to more commonly 4-year models, the problems of crowded curricula and in particular the need to avoid a sort of a highly atomized prescriptive content, so that there is a mandatory accreditation requirement or other that essentially sets out medical education topic by topic, and how that all relates in great detail is in our view to be avoided. It is not regarded as best practice in terms of medical curricula around the world, which is not to say that there shouldn't be a considerable volume of material and readily available learning resources, what one might even call syllabus or common models that are shared, but mandating them in a standard curriculum in detail in a single topic area means that potentially thousands of similar topic areas must similarly be mandated. There's no point at which you would stop with that approach, and by and large that's against
Can I put this to you? We know from the data that people with intellectual disability are more likely to die 20 years before their peers without intellectual disability. And we know that the mortality rate for people with intellectual disability is even and significantly lower than that for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We know the stats indicate that the prognosis for a person with intellectual disability who's diagnosed with cancer is that they're 8 times more likely to die. Can I ask, at what point does the crowded curriculum have to give way to addressing statistics like that?
So look, I'd certainly agree with the objective, which is to make comprehensive learning appropriate to the level of an entry-level practitioner in being a part of the healthcare of people with providing healthcare for people with intellectual cognitive disability. I agree. It's more about means and ends. So I agree with that as an end. How to get there, I think, is perhaps what we might focus on. I think that there are some, so first thing to say is that there is a lot of, I think, very good practice in modern medical education around the country, in my own medical school and indeed many others, around the specific instruction and supervised experience for students in being able to provide appropriate care to people with and caring for people with intellectual and cognitive disability. So I think firstly there's good practice that can be shared. I think there are also good models by which such practice can be disseminated. For instance, having standard and available high quality learning resources that are updated and are readily accessed by educators. There are good models of this. For instance, the National Prescribing Service in Australia has a set of standard modules that are commonly accessed by medical schools and others for standardising and supporting quality learning and teaching around medication use. So I think that's an example of a means to an end. I think the other
Yes,
means...
Murray, would you mind if I just approach this from a slightly different angle? Would you agree that it is a core competency or capability, depending upon which expression you want to use, for a medical graduate who intends to practice medicine to have an understanding of how to communicate with people with intellectual disability or cognitive disability, to understand the dangers of diagnostic overshadowing, and to understand all the other nuances that we've heard about in the Royal Commission, and I'm sure you're familiar with, concerning the way in which the person with intellectual disability themselves or their families are dealt with in the system? Is that not part of the core competency or capability of every medical practitioner in 2020? And if it is, then all we need to talk about are the means and ends by which those core capabilities or competencies can be achieved within the medical degree.
So look, if I might respond then, I strongly agree with that view. And I think we heard earlier on the testimony from Tara in relation to what it was that she expected. And actually the things that she, I think, very nicely explained were really about the ability to communicate in a way that's appropriate and tailored to the individual, with appropriate use of, for instance, plain language, diagrams, pictures, taking the trouble to speak to the person themselves, not only their carer or support person, and having the practiced and deliberate skills to be able to do so. So that's an absolutely core underpinning skill. And I'd say it's also shared in common with numbers of other vulnerable patient groups who similarly benefit from that approach to a style of communication with a medical practitioner. So I think that it's not unique. That's just a particular example of the absolute importance of treating each person as an individual with dignity and being able to explain and elicit information in a way that's responsive to that person's needs. And I agree also that must take account of the specific example of people with a cognitive or intellectual disability.
Would you accept this proposition? If you say as a starting point that everybody should expect that their doctor treats them with dignity and respect, and if you accept as a starting point that that is the minimum expectation of a medical practitioner, if that same standard is applied to everyone, but the person with cognitive disability doesn't have that same capacity to engage in that communication with the doctor, then treating everybody the same like that just continues and indeed entrenches and perpetuates that inequality, doesn't it?
It does, and that's, I guess, sorry, Senior Counsellor, and that's why I would strongly disagree with any notion that the communication should be standard. I think the whole point is of person-centred care, and the great emphasis in certainly all of our teaching and supervision and assessment of person-centred care is it must be specific to the context of the individual, to reflect their values, their understanding, their context, and tailored to that. And that's a set of skills that need to be practiced, learnt and practiced. It's not automatic.
Dr. Huck, do you agree with that?
So I think that absolutely agree that our students and our health students, particularly at the University of Sydney, have a lens of patient-client focused care. And the principles behind that, starting from a junior student to a senior and graduating student, that they understand the principles, what that means, and then they apply it in practice in either simulated or real environments under supervision, with the absolute requirement that it is bespoke to that person's situation, that there isn't a one level. Absolutely.
So how do the medical students learn that if most of the clinical situations they find themselves in are not for that 1.8% of the population of people, Australians with intellectual disability, but what might be described as the more mainstream population? How do you teach students to know when and how to adapt communication?
So I think that comes from academic best practice, and I think that's where Professor Murray's concept of the community of practice is really important. I think we must engage the community as partners in co-creation of whatever we decide to come up with, whether it's modules or shared resources. I think the lived experience is incredibly powerful. I know our students find that the most powerful learning tool. I could talk about X or Y, but actually hearing from the person about their lived experience of something it stays with the student. And I think, you know, Tara's testimony.
But let me put this to you. Yeah. Tara did not have time when she got to that emergency department with a very significant problem to share her lived experience with the emergency doctor before she wanted treatment. She wanted that to be done when she got there.
Yes.
So sometimes there isn't time to wait, is there, to learn the right communication technique?
But I think that's where coming from a priority, so my job is around training people to graduate to become those entry-level practitioners. We need to give them the tools, to recognize that a person, an individual, requires a different level of need or communication, and recognize that quickly. To be able to advocate, I think very, very importantly, if they see that not happening. And I think to use the principles of and to work quickly in a situation which is often not, it can't be sort of planned for, to get those skills that become automatic. That's what we do. So we want to try and get the skills and understand the reason for the skills. We can then test them in a simulated environment, a safe environment, which can include, you know, patients and clients from the community to come and help them. And we can debrief and say what went well, what didn't go well. And then in supervised practice, they can actually apply those skills. Absolutely. So, you know, at the time, they can use the skills that they've learned at the time without having to sort of have a half an hour to sort of think about what to do, when in many cases you can't do that. And I think Tara's situation, we would hope that our graduates would be able to say, okay, I now see that Tara needs has specific needs. I can move to a quiet room, or I can, you know, to help communicate. I can talk through what the tests are going to be. If Tara needs blood, I'll explain how that may work, and obviously get her consent and informed consent to make that happen. So we want to give students those skills so that when they enter the workforce, they are ready to use them in the real world.
Dr. Palapana, without telling tales on any of your colleagues, but no doubt on the shop front floor in a busy emergency department at the Gold Coast, do you see your colleagues being able to apply these techniques and skills that Professor Murray and Professor Huck have just spoken about?
The emergency department is a highly dynamic and chaotic environment sometimes, and we have a wide range of medical practitioners that practice, and it can be certainly challenging for a lot of people that come through. And I think the outcomes are, in all honesty, it's variable. I do like to add, though, that training entry-level and junior practitioners with the appropriate skills is important, because they end up being the workforce that manages and faces the patients the most. So sometimes a junior doctor, even in their first or second year, will see a patient, and then they'll report back to their senior, who may not see the patient sometimes. So having that junior entry-level doctor well equipped to elicit the right information and manage it is really important. And some of the junior doctors also end up in rural areas where they may be the only person around at night. So really having them equipped to face those situations is important. But from my experiences, the outcomes are variable.
Now, Ms. Walters, I'm going to bring you in here. The medical deans say in their statement that they acknowledge that the AMC standards are a significant lever. They not only bring an approach to about bringing about change and improvements, but that medical schools and would-be medical practitioners have to be able to meet the AMC standards. Do you agree that the AMC accreditation standards are a significant lever in terms of the development of or changes in curriculum? And if you want to explain a little bit about how the accreditation standards work, I'll certainly invite you to do that.
Thank you. I think the standards can be a lever, but I think most importantly, standards are an enabler. And by that, I mean the AMC's approach has been to set standards that provide the threshold requirements, but without such detail that then they're inflexible for medical schools that want to pursue excellence in an area or have a particular focus on an area, but also so the standards medical schools can adapt and change without us constantly changing the standards to keep up with the medical schools. So I think in relation to, so this is why the standards don't specify core curricula or the content of the medical programs, because knowledge changes all the time, and it would be impossible for us to have standards that kept up with that.
So where does one strike a balance between standards at a general level that gives a university flexibility in following a particular system of values or social objectives, but also ensuring that we are producing a generation of medical practitioners who can respond to the community's needs, including this part of our community whose life expectancy and health outcomes are so disproportionately poor compared to the rest of the community. Surely that has to be a factor in terms of identifying accreditation standards if you're looking at the purpose of developing a medical workforce that can address these dire health needs.
Yes, so I think so I agree, but I think one of the things to think about is how the standards work with other elements of the system. So the accreditation standards is one part of the AMC's tools, if you like. We accredit medical programs on behalf of the Medical Board of Australia. The Medical Board is responsible for the code of conduct for doctors. So that code sets out expectations and requirements of all medical practitioners. So we work together in those two areas. So this might be an area, for example, where the Medical Board's code could also be augmented. The standards, in the past, the AMC has issued explanatory notes with its standards. The current version of the medical school standards don't have that. The specialist standards do. And that has been where we've said what is an area of particular importance or particular focus in this reading of the standards. So again, that's a possibility in terms of the AMC's tools. So it may be the standards, it may be the notes, it may be working with the Medical Board, or it may be the overarching statements, the graduate outcome statements.
Now, in terms of the AMC, can I just go back and look behind what the AMC actually is? And it's a body established under the Health Practitioner Regulation National Law, and it's got particular functions in relation to accreditation, not just of universities, but also the specialist colleges. And the accreditation standards cover a range of issues, not just curriculum, but also assessment and other particular outcomes that are sought. Is that right?
That's right.
quick paraphrase of the national law. But there are members of the Australian Medical Council, and those members are decided by the AMC Constitution. And you've set that out at page 3 of your statement in terms of membership. It appears that the members of the council are intended to cover all relevant people who are involved in the practice of medicine, but also the delivery of medical training and education, but also some of the representative bodies like the Australian Medical Association. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, the Constitution provides that one person who is an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander has to be a member of the committee. Is that right?
Yes, we've got, pardon me. So we have one person who is an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander and who is also a registered medical practitioner. And then we also have a person who is an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander who does not need to be a medical practitioner, and a Maori person who does not need to be a medical practitioner.
And there's no reference to, in the list of members, to a member as a person with lived experience of disability, including intellectual disability. Do you agree with that?
I do. So there are 2 people with background and knowledge of health consumer issues. So those are people appointed by an expression of interest from the wider community, which would be the broader category.
And have the directors of the AMC ever appointed a person with lived experience of intellectual disability to be a member of the council?
No, not a person with lived experience of intellectual disability.
Do you know if there's ever been any consideration as to whether a person with lived experience of intellectual disability or an advocate from one of the advocacy groups such as Inclusion Australia or the Council of Intellectual Disability being considered for membership of the council?
I don't think it's been discussed in those terms, but certainly the call for expression of interest is a wide one, and applications from such people would be welcome.
And then the process of developing the accreditation standards is a process that takes a period of time. It requires applications and submissions to be made and then very carefully assessed. Is that right?
Yes.
And the objective is to create a set of accreditation standards that will last for a period of time, indeed up to 10 years, so that universities and the specialist colleges, I won't forget them, have some certainty about what is expected in the delivery of the education and training and meeting all of the other standards. Is that right?
Yeah, the usual period for review of accreditation standards would be 5 years. We're at, I think, 7 years with the review of the medical school accreditation standards, which we've started a review of now, simply because of the developments in the National Registration and Accreditation Scheme. So we paused our most recent review.
In that 5-year period, there's been a lot of changes, you'd agree, in relation to the delivery of disability services in Australia. We now have the NDIS that's rolled out. And even though not all people with disability participate in the NDIS, that's raised a significant change in terms of standards that we expect of delivery of services, and also the role of a Quality and Safeguards Commission in ensuring that the delivery of services meet particular standards. To what extent would any review of the accreditation standards take into account those broader changes in the delivery of services to people with disability in the community?
Yes, so at the moment, the AMC is going through its initial, I suppose, scoping work on the review of the standards, which is precisely looking at these issues. What has changed in health services and requirements since the last review, and what should be reflected in the revised standards?
Can I just pause on the standards and come back to Professor Murray and Professor Huck? In terms of the flexibility that you have in curriculum development at the university level, what has changed, if anything, to respond to the changes brought about by the NDIS and the delivery of disability services in Australia? Has there been any specific changes to the way in which you've developed the curricula?
So the accreditation standards haven't changed in that period, but what I've observed, I've in preparation for this hearing, I've looked at the accreditation submissions made by medical schools, and not systematically, but by looking at, say, I think 4 to 5 submissions to the AMC. And what I can observe is a focus in medical schools, particularly in the last 18 months, where they're talking about the sorts of changes that the University of Sydney is making, and talking about changes in expectations about longitudinal placements for students, a broadening, if you like, of clinical placements and experience. So even though it's not in the standards, what we see is medical schools are making their own changes, which fit within the standards.
Professor Murray, Professor Huck, do you want to comment on those issues at all? Professor Murray first.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look, I absolutely agree, and it's been a long push really for moving the context of learning, and in particular the phase of medical school, medical education that's spent under the supervision, under supervision in a real world environment, dealing with individuals, families. From the big teaching hospital, it was the tradition, I suppose, where I'm mostly trained, although we did have 35 odd years ago, we did have community experience, but there's a lot more of that now. So that's been a very deliberate move. I think as well that's so in some ways that's paralleled the developments of NDIS, a greater emphasis upon medicine in the community as opposed to in the hospital, a greater emphasis upon function, dignity, family and community rather than sickness and treatment in the hospital. And so those have been all very deliberate and sort of long-running trends in medical education. I think other things I'd say, I'll come back to the question of placement if I might, because I think it's a really fundamental opportunity perhaps that the Royal Commission might consider. But I might just go back to the AMC process. I think some of the value of the AMC is not even whether or not, a checklist like one is deemed to have met the minimum standards of accreditation as set out. I think that's in some ways the least valuable aspect of the accreditation process. What I've observed, and I've been around the medical education world for quite a piece advocating for these things, is that the culture is very much about continuous enhancement or continuous improvement. And so those of us who participate either as the one being accredited or on the accreditation panels that would also include community people, are very active in sharing and disseminating ideas in a community of practice. And I think that's been a very valuable aspect of the work of the AMC. In fact, it's not a checklist auditor, it's a facilitator of best practice. I think that's a great strength.
Professor Huck? I think it's the word of COVID. You're on mute.
Yes, I know. Terrible word. I concur with Professor Murray. I think we certainly in the medical program, with our revised program that I was involved in developing, have now more focus on community placement activity, because precisely for the reasons Professor Murray said, most people do not spend their lives in hospital. Their lives spent out of hospital in their actual daily lives. How do our students access those placement opportunities and lived experience opportunities with a range of healthcare providers. That's what we're engaging in year 2. And I think particularly one of the strengths in Sydney that one of my roles is interprofessional education. Patients with cognitive and intellectual disabilities are not just looked after by a doctor or a nurse, it's multidisciplinary teams. And actually something that we're really looking forward to developing is actually getting our students together in any particular context, but this would be another excellent one in how to best care for a patient, and their family care or support workers with an intellectual or cognitive disability. So I think that's exactly where we're moving, and NDS fits into that sort of broad area too.
The Royal Commission's heard a lot about the importance of multidisciplinary teams, particularly in the Royal Commission, and the commissioners haven't produced a report yet, but they've heard evidence that in relation to prescribing of psychotropic drugs for challenging behaviours or behaviours of concern, is sometimes it is the doctor, and usually a GP or a paediatrician, who'll be that first port of call as to whether the prescription is going down a behaviour management path or a health path. And the importance of a multidisciplinary approach has been raised there. How do you meet the accreditation standards in bringing in that multidisciplinary approach? And do the accreditation standards need to be more open to incorporating multidisciplinary approaches, particularly for people with cognitive disability?
So I think I would probably concur that there is going to be work in the revised ANC standards on interprofessional and multidisciplinary learning. I think that's going to be really important. It is really important now, even more so for our health professionals of the future. We at Sydney have developed a framework from entry to exit for interprofessional capabilities, is what we've called them, working with other students and learning from them in classroom environments, simulated environments, and then the real clinical environments under supervision. That covers a variety of contexts, multidisciplinary team meetings, managing conflict, and so on and so forth. But I could see that there would, vulnerable populations would also fit into an area where we could teach and learn in a multidisciplinary context.
Ms. Walters, I see you've just disappeared off the screen. I hope you haven't left us.
Oh.
Okay. Well, I hope Ms. Walters is okay. Right.
Back again.
Okay.
Apologies.
I thought that normally it's hard for a witness to escape, but maybe on the Zoom it's a bit easier. Can I ask you this? There's absolutely nothing in either the national law or the policies for developing accreditation standards that would prevent there being a specific accreditation standard directed to the care and treatment of people with cognitive disability. So there's nothing preventing that going into the standards, is there?
No, there is nothing.
And the reservation to including a specific standard concerning people with cognitive disability is really a fear of floodgates, that if we have cognitive disability in, then we'll have to have all of these other vulnerable characteristics added as well. Am I reading the evidence correctly that seems to be a concern about being overly prescriptive in identifying a particular population?
Yes, that's certainly the expressed concern. I think it's fair to say that in the current review of the accreditation standards, the structure of the standards is one of the issues that we will be looking at, because clearly the way the standards are structured now probably make the curriculum and the content of the curriculum, I suppose, a smallish part of the 8 standards, even though it's an incredibly important part. And one of the things we are looking at is how might we structure the standards so themes and issues that arise, curriculum themes, issues about including particular sections of the community or particular patient groups within curriculum design, if you like, or in teaching, is one of the topics that we're currently discussing. So it is possible to change it.
And you have gone down this path in the past in relation to specific identification of Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander and Maori population, and picking up the New Zealand concept of cultural competency, and I think New Zealand has recently revised this to describe it as cultural safety. That is a model which we've heard does put pressure on a crowded curriculum, but as I understand the evidence given to the Royal Commission this morning, even though that has created challenges for universities, it has been possible to incorporate within the curriculum. Should it be a question about how much more space there is in a curriculum, or should it really be about curriculum design to incorporate some of these particular areas, such as First Nations people, or, and may I add, people with cognitive disability? Can that be done?
It certainly, the accreditation standards can certainly be structured in a different way that would give focus and attention to other curriculum topics and other populations. I guess it is the issue of whether there's agreement that that should be the way it's done. But the issue about curriculum overcrowding, I think, would best be answered by Dr. Huck or Professor Murray.
All right. Commissioners, in the time that's available, I want to ask each of the members of the panel whether they've read the propositions document that we circulated earlier. And can I ask you, perhaps Professor Murray, if I start with you, do the medical deans have any violent objection to any of the propositions that we have circulated?
Is that different from an objection?
Objection? I'll qualify it by violent objection.
You can ignore the word violent.
That's right.
Pacifist
I quite like violent agreement. So look, I'm in violent agreement as to the objective, that we produce medical graduates who are able to understand in a very authentic way the lived experience and perspective of individuals and families living with intellectual disability. So completely on board with that, violent agreement. But where we differ is the means to the end. And I absolutely get that the general public and many would say, well, just put it in the curriculum. And it seems, and that can join a very long list, I can tell you, because we get letters every other week. We need more of this in the curriculum. From all sorts of patient groups, be it gender issues, be it particular age or ethnic groups, be it refugees, be it particular disease groups, whatever it might be. There is a multitude of completely legitimate interests in particularity. What's underpinning all of those, or many of those, I think, however, are some more fundamental things about the skills and attitudes of medical practitioners when it comes to the ability of some of the fundamentals, such as accurate, empathetic, person-centered communication. And being an example that we touched on earlier, and I think that we would try and put a much greater emphasis on that. I think there is room for developing some high quality learning resources that are updated and readily accessed. So for instance, in our own curriculum, again, JCU, we've got a 6-year curriculum, so we've got a bit more headroom and maybe a little unusual, but we have an entire week on disability, including individual patients, individual people attending with particular sorts of lived experience, and indeed a video exercise analysing and reflecting upon the experience of a mother and daughter with an intellectual disability. So there's quite a lot of good practice. I think provide a high quality learning resources in the style of NDIS that are then readily accessed by a very receptive community of practice who would appreciate the availability of such things to use and or adapt I think that would be an impactful thing to do. But the other thing I must say, particularly if we're going to come into time up, one of the biggest reforms that I would really invite the Commission to consider, and that is not a feature of the circumstance at the moment, is the question of supervised quality placements. It is a fact of history that the way in which medical schools and clinical placements are funded is that most of those resources are tied up in public hospitals. That's the way in which the funding system works. There's a requirement that public hospitals under the National Reform Agreements and their predecessors provide clinical teaching and supervision opportunities for medical students. But that then limits it to the hospital setting. We have in more recent times had the opportunity for there to be payments to general practitioners to have medical students placed in community general practice, and so have a formal paid teaching role for students in community general practice. But as far as other agencies, and particularly community agencies and those managing and supporting people and families living with intellectual or cognitive disability, there is no mechanism for remuneration or support for that environment. And indeed, with the development of NDIS, the whole question of there being a sort of a parallel investment in the health profession, medical and other health professional placement in the community support services around NDIS, it simply doesn't exist. It's not yet been developed. I believe that is a major gap. I think your proposition 7, if I recall, goes to that, and I'd like to really underscore that. I think it's a very important opportunity that we should contemplate. But beyond that, I would again, I just as far as means and ends, violent agreement with the end as a specific means, detailed, highly atomized, prescriptive curriculum and standards. In a very literal sense, I'm not talking syllabus, but curriculum, I think would be not a sensible way to achieve the ends. But I'm completely on board with the ends.
Mightn't that be a false dichotomy? There are various ways in which you can achieve the ends. The starting point has to be, I would have thought, whether there is something particularly significant about the position of people with cognitive disability and the way in which the medical profession interacts with those people. If there is, then it may be entirely a matter for medical schools and for judgment as to how the necessary skills, empathy, understanding, and so on, skills are communicated. Not necessarily by a prescriptive, separate subject or anything like that. I suspect the difference might be in the discussion that has occurred, and I may be misunderstanding it, but for you, Professor Murray, and for you, Professor Huck, you seem to think that a pedagogical approach that leads to students having more empathy, sympathy, capacity to communicate is transferable among different vulnerable populations. And I wonder about that. I wonder whether there aren't issues specific to particular populations. From what we've heard in this Royal Commission in a number of hearings, the issues that arise with people with cognitive disability do not seem to have ready counterparts in other vulnerable populations. They may have other issues, and there may be some overlap. But I just wonder whether your approach may not be a little too generic, if I may put it that way.
I think that's probably misunderstanding where I was coming from. I think under an umbrella of vulnerable populations, of which there are many with very different needs, I think we need to teach our students around nuanced ways that what the needs of each particular group are that are slightly different. I completely agree. But I think there, again, as a trying to get these are students who are going to graduate. This is part of the learning continuum. They don't learn everything at the point of graduation. There's another 20 or 30 years for them to keep on learning. Our job is to give them a platform and a foundation for where they're going to go in the future. So there are some general capabilities, absolutely right, but there are also specific capabilities for disabilities of different kinds and other vulnerable types of groups, that we should be ensuring our students have the capacity to recognise, I think really, really importantly, and then work out which bits of those skills armory they need at which particular time for whichever group of patients or community they're dealing with, and also how to work effectively in a team for the benefit of that patient. I think also really important is to recognise poor practice that they may well see in a health environment all over the country, and how then to call that out. I think that's really important. I think our students really want to be able to do that, but they don't feel empowered to. And I think that's something we really, really need to work on. So I think absolutely, Senior Counsel, I think it's not about saying that generic capabilities will solve everything. I think it's giving a foundation and then applying that foundation in specific circumstances and seeing what nuances are needed.
Ms. Walters, any view about the propositions, or any, as I said, violent disagreement with those propositions?
I wanted to tease out the competency framework, if I could. I think we see lots of documents written as competency frameworks, which I think variously are taken up by medical schools and in different ways. But I think there is actually value in the development of the competency framework, because it's the thing about the discussion about what are key skills and core competencies, and the engagement with the stakeholders to develop the document and to think about what does this mean. I think there's real learning in that. If I think of some of the, for example, the Indigenous health competency framework, I think there was as much value in the actual development of the document, and then the development of the resources that are available for medical schools to apply to their course. So I think that is a really valuable exercise, and I think there is material already available in Australia that could form the basis of that. I mean, the work done in by New South Wales Health in the development of its mental health capabilities for people with intellectual disability, I think is a great start as a competency framework. In relation to the accreditation standards, I suppose it's how the standards are changed that is the important issue. And I guess we, in terms of the AMC's thinking about this, we're at very, very early stages in thinking about the scope of change to the standards, but it's certainly an issue that we will pick up in this review and will consult on widely early in 2021.
Dr. Kalapana, back to, Dr. Huck, did you want to add something there?
If I may say, I think again, working together as a team rather than each university or jurisdiction working independently, I think if we could agree some capabilities, I think that's a really, for me, that's a real great word, is what do we want our students to be able to do on graduation in a group, in the vulnerable patient group as a whole, but within specific areas of intellectual and cognitive disability. I think that would help. It would prevent each university having to do their own thing and create their own, and it would allow us as a community of practice to develop resources or use existing resources that would then map onto that.
Professor Murray, that proposal that Professor Huck's just described seems to be perfectly placed in the work of the medical deans. Would you agree?
Yes, no, look, I do. So having a competency framework, set of commonly shared learning resources around that, and being able to put that through, for instance, our medical education collaboration committee, which is a specific community of practice of which Professor Hark is an active participant. Is precisely the right way to have this, because every curriculum, sequencing, structure, the way in which particular case examples, for instance, in a problem-based curriculum, might be will vary, but being able to draw upon a common resource set and a set of understandings of what good practice looks like, I think helps to facilitate, disseminate good.
Dr. Palapana, can I give you the final say? As a recent medical graduate, what are your views on the propositions and sort of any final perspectives as a person with lived experience of disability, but also serving on the front line, so to speak?
I have no violent objections to the propositions, but I think medical education is a complex continuum with a lot of stakeholders. So the medical schools graduate doctors, and then subsequently the specialist training colleges will have them on. And I think each specialty has its own subtleties about how to deal with people with disabilities. For example, how does an anesthesiologist best care for a person with a cognitive impairment? How does a psychiatrist? How does a surgeon? But in between graduating medical school and undertaking a training program, there is a large cohort of doctors that do a lot of front-facing work in the emergency departments, in clinics, in and around the hospital, and there are thousands of them across Australia. And they'll be there from the graduating year to 5, 6, 7, 8 years sometimes before they start specialty training. So I think it's really important that that big group of doctors are best equipped to care for people with disabilities, because they may sometimes be the only doctor that a person with a disability sees, and they may not have any other senior input in extreme circumstances. So I do think that it is important that we prepare people to best care for people with cognitive impairments. And I do agree that there is a huge gap and risks for people with cognitive disabilities and other disabilities that we need to do better as a profession to care for.
Can I thank you all? You've put an enormous amount of time and care in the preparation of the material for this hearing in the Royal Commission, and we're indebted to all of you. Commissioners, that concludes the questions I wish to ask the panel members.
Thank you, Ms. Eastman. I'll just ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Commissioner Atkinson.
Well, I do have a lot, but I think the time has come to finish with the words we've heard. Thank you.
And Commissioner Bennett.
No, thank you.
May I endorse the comments of Ms. Eastman. We're very grateful to each of you for the evidence you've given and for the considerable thought and effort that's gone into the preparation of the documentary material that you have provided. It has been, again, an extremely interesting, informative and suggestive discussion. And we have, I think, some very valuable ideas to go on with. So thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, that concludes the proceedings for today, and would ask you to adjourn and resume tomorrow at 10 a.m.
We'll do that. We'll resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow, Sydney time. Thank you.
The Royal Commission is now adjourned.